2020-07 and 2020-33. The Oak Park River Forest High School Board of Education in Cook County, Illinois is convening a remote hybrid committee of the whole meeting on March 11th, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. We are via Zoom. We're also streaming on our website. Board members, citizens, and staff can participate either by submitting public comments via email, which many have, or just coming in person to make public comment. All right, the state of Illinois continues to operate under a disaster declaration related to the COVID-19 worldwide pandemic. The health department continues to advise the community to practice social distancing or face masks, and avoid unnecessary contact with others. So based on these current health concerns, I seriously advise as a public body do not believe it's either practically prudent to hold a completely in-person meeting of the Board of Education on today's date. I further believe that it is neither practical nor prudent to require the public to be present at the public body's regular meeting location in order to participate. We will continue to hold meetings in this hybrid format with updated practices to comply with Public Act 101-40 that was signed by Governor Pritzker on June 12, 2020. So I would like to call this meeting to order and ask Gail to please call the roll.
Mr. Hopsey?
Here.
Dr. Moore?
Here.
Here.
Ms. Harris?
Here.
Here. And board members Ivy and Martiri will be joining us in a little bit. So now we are on to public comment. Public comment is to be limited to 3 minutes and to items within the purview of the committee of the whole. Section is not intended to be a dialogue with the committee. The response time to any questions will be as soon as it's possible by the administration or board as appropriate. So we do have public comment that has been submitted via email. We also have some speakers here who would like to present public comment. So it seems to me prudent to start with those who are in person. Who would like to make public comment? I believe Gail has a list and she will call folks to step up to our podium to make public comment, and then we will move to the email public comments.
Yes. First person, please, is Flo.
You should not have to touch it. I'm sorry, just because other people will be using it.
Got it. No one else touch it. Good evening. My name is Flo Schumacher, and I'm the parent of a senior in the teen program at OPRF. I'm here tonight to comment about the proposed restructuring of the special education department. If the special education department wanted to devise the worst possible ending to this already terrible year, it could not have done better than this proposal to remove the special education chairs. Parenting a special education student means dealing with a lot of red tape. For many parents, the only source of actual assistance in this maze of red tape is our program chairs. For my family, that was Fawn Joyce. Fawn cared for my son, Will, in a way that was real and immediate. Fawn was there to help with any problem, big or small. Fawn is OPRF's ever-present antidote to the stilted email responses, admin speak, and one-sided listening sessions doled out by the Special Education Administration. What this proposal does is remove the people we rely on to help us get through the red tape and replaces them with 3 new red tape dispensers. I recognize that this plan attempts to solve some newly identified problem. Unfortunately, this solution removes the only part of the special education department which actually appears to be working for us parents. From what I can determine, the IDEA's requirement regarding LEA representatives has been in place since at least 2004. It is difficult to believe that a sudden and complete overhaul of the special education department is necessary at this worst of all possible moments to meet a requirement that has been in place for 18 years. I challenge this board and the Special Education Administration to come up with a solution that does not involve eliminating the positions of the people our students rely on the most. You claim this new proposal will strengthen your ability to serve and support parents and students, but no one has asked parents or students what service and support they need. This is typical of the top-down administrative style that this school has adopted lately, and it is not working for parents or students. Along with a number of other parents and students, I ask that you go back to the drawing board and come up with a plan that resolves the technical compliance issue without removing the program chairs who are the heart and soul of this department. Thank you.
Next person is Bill.
Good evening, board members, and Gail, thank you for putting this time in with us and, steering the ship that is OPRF and keeping great records for all of us in the community. My name is Doug Gill. I've been in the school for about 15 years in the special education department. The program chairs are the true embodiment of teacher leadership. The positions serve as a source of collaboration and problem solving for any member of an IEP team. They understand the curriculum, the nuances, the logistics, the budgets, the data, and the criteria of the programs that they are responsible for. They lead with honesty, integrity, and transparency. In fact, any member of any team oftentimes collaborates with them to come up with creative solutions to various challenges that our students face. There are various voices in various spaces. Personally, I've spent many hours working closely with all of them, more so than any other year during this pandemic. They're the ones who I turn to for advice, answers to questions, and honest feedback about my classes and case management. Simply put, they are leaders. During this pandemic, it was the program chairs who checked on teachers and student well-being, help teachers determine how to best serve students, and help teachers to ensure students' needs were met. They're the ones in the weeds with teachers discussing individuals, kids, and families. They are the ones on the phones with counselors using criteria to determine the appropriate placements. One thing that has been made clear to me at this time is that the role of the program chair is invaluable. Our students deserve teacher leaders who are such strong advocates. This proposal clearly shows how out of touch that the current special education administration is with the day-to-day needs of our students and special education staff. Program chairs are not quasi-administrators. They're the servant leaders that all of OPRF benefits from. Thank you.
Good evening, and thanks very much for listening. My name is Kristen Charco, and I'm here in opposition to the proposed special education leadership restructuring. My son Ben is a senior in the TEAM program, and TEAM is one of the 4 special ed programs that would lose their program chair under this proposal. Can't imagine a worse time for restructuring in special education. Our new executive director has been here for less than a year and has yet to experience even a day of regular operations. Our students have their school lives upended. To prioritize administrative oversight at this time is hard to understand. As I mentioned earlier, my son Ben is in TEAM. Fawn Joyce is the TEAM program chair. Fawn is a shining light for her students. She is passionate about their well-being and progress and a remarkable leader and team builder for her staff. Her incredibly strong connections throughout OPRF and throughout the community will help for her students to have opportunities to engage with their non-disabled peers that otherwise wouldn't exist. OPRF can be a really big place, even bigger for students with disabilities. This fond support and understanding enables her students to engage as fully as any others. To suggest that the elimination of the program chair positions and the effective demotion of these individuals is not a negative because they can return to the classroom and or apply for other new positions is dismissive of their long service and incredibly valuable contributions. I've heard no mention of who would pick up those roles, and to expect that case managers would do it, presumably without a reduction in their teaching responsibilities and additional pay, is unrealistic. In addition to being a parent, I'm also a school lawyer, and most of my practice is in special ed. And so I read with interest the reason for this restructuring was that program chairs couldn't satisfy the role of an LEA representative. And I know what that means, I know what they're required to do. And under the board agenda, it says that the problem is that they can't meet the Illinois requirements, which are that LEA reps have to be able to commit these resources and also to ensure implementation of IEP services. But I don't understand why program chairs can't do that. In fact, there's federal guidance that expressly says that an LEA rep does not have to be an administrator. As your special education students begin to transition to something like normalcy, they don't need additional layers of administrative oversight. They need the highly dedicated and capable program chairs who have known and supported them throughout. Thanks very much.
Come on, Joyce.
Good evening, board members, and thank you so much for providing this opportunity to discuss the new special education proposal. I am Fawn Joyce, and I'm one of the program chairs. I have proudly been an employee here for 14 years. I was a team teacher for 7 years and a program chair for Team Insight for the last 7. I ask administration what urgency there is in drastically changing a system that is currently working. This pandemic has affected everyone significantly. Next year will be a rebuilding year to get students back in the building and on track. This top-down decision-making did not include any input from stakeholders, which will surely impact student growth. The proposed leadership structure outlines the roles for administrators to work in silos, which will sterilize the relationship with teachers, students, and families. Proposed isolation of administrative duties will force disconnected administrators to work in compartments, one hand not knowing what the other hand is doing. The current model works because it provides continuity. It takes specialized teams to help students and families during these difficult times. We work with teachers, related service providers, TAs, counselors, and secretaries to be creative and determined in meeting student needs. We work with our programmatic teams using relationships that we have built over time. Some of those moving parts that will be lost is the off-campus program chair who works with therapeutic day schools and staff, the SED program chair who works with the social workers, behavior interventionists, and GPT specialists, the site program chair who works with Rush Hospital and the transition specialist, the LD with general education and inclusion facilitator. Program chairs work with each other in developing what is best for individual students. We have created severity matrices for the hybrid plan, the continuum of services and master schedules for our programs. We work with and evaluate TAs by program. We work with the junior high so students have a successful start to high school. And we are the LEA for our students' IEPs. Administrators with entrenching defined roles will be unable to do this as they won't be specialized in our continuum of services. We know our programs, we know them well. We have taught in them and we know the students from 8th grade to beyond graduation. We need to support our students and families, not make things more difficult in a time where things are very difficult. And I cannot emphasize enough the importance of building trust and nurturing relationships to focus on helping students. Program chairs have bridged the gap between teachers and administrators. If you cut these supports out, there will just be more padding between administration, who essentially makes decisions, and students who should be the focus of all of our efforts. Students need support, families are asking for help. Please reconsider this plan and elicit input from those stakeholders. Thank you.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to weigh in on the same topic. My husband and I were shocked and disappointed by the correspondence from Ms. Francois Blue stating that she was planning to restructure the special education department by eliminating the roles of the program chairs and increasing administrative positions. The program chairs are important conduits between the families who have students in special education and the administration. They have personal knowledge of the students and understand how to best serve the students within the special ed structure. Lauren Joyce has been a tremendous resource and advocate for our son Eddie. Her personal knowledge of his needs and his strengths, combined with her understanding of the structure of special education department and the general education curriculum have made her an irreplaceable asset during his IEP meetings and issues that have arisen each year. Adding 3 new administrators will likely be just one more layer between the families and the director of special education. It is unrealistic to believe that administrators will have the opportunity to increase, the opportunity or interest to learn about the students and their individual needs. Ms. Francois Blue stated that the new administrators, quote, would allow us to better fulfill the role of the local education agency representatives at IEP meetings, as well as optimize and increase administrative supervision and oversight that strengthens their ability to serve and support students and parents. My husband and I question how removing school staff who actually know the students will better fulfill the ability to quote, serve and support the individual student as is necessary in an individual education plan. In addition, I imagine the cost of adding 3 administrators will increase the budget. Is this what we want to be doing in a year that has caused financial stress throughout our community? Finally, Ms. Francois Blue was welcomed into our community at a unique time. She has not had the opportunity to get to know the people she is serving or the staff she represents. It appears to be a misguided act to change the system that she has not had the ability to observe and truly judge what works and what does not for people who she does not know. My husband and I strongly disagree with the restructuring of the special education department. We request that the present program we request that the program chairs remain in their current positions. Thank you.
Come on, Romine, come on. Emma? No. Corinne Romine. Pardon?
To the mic.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for having us here. I'm going to read a statement from my daughter, Emma Mascaro Romine. She dictated it to me last night. She said, my name is Emma Mascaro Romine. I graduated from OPRF and SITE. I have an intellectual disability and anxiety. We need people like Miss Joyce. She helps people with disabilities. She has a calming voice. Being in team and SITE helped me get out of my comfort zone. Making the special education department smaller will not help anyone. And to add on to her words, my name is Corinne Romine. I'm Emma Romine's mom. She graduated from OPRF and SITE in 2020, right before the pandemic started. I cannot overstate the impact of all the team programs as well as SITE. The classes and teachers, along with the program chairs, especially Fawn Joyce, they increased her confidence in her academic skills in a way that an inclusion general education class just would not have done. Yes, I do want my daughter to interact with all kinds of people, but at the end of the day, her friends that she goes to the movies with and the teachers here who helped her write a resume and practice her job interviews, they came from team, they came from SITE, and also included Ms. Joyce. Please don't restructure this program now. I strongly believe, and I ask you that the program chairs not be taken away. Thank you.
Good evening. Here to speak on the restructuring proposal for special education. As we look to build a positive community here at OPRFHS, a community of warmth, top-down and unilateral decisions do not build a cohesive department, school community, and therefore hurt our community at large, and most importantly, our students. As educators, we are asked every single day to make data-driven decisions. When I look at this proposal, I don't see the data behind the decision-making. And again, that lack of interest and understanding of the data or even proposing it hurts student success. At this point, more than ever, we are asked to meet students where they are. And it's important to know so that we can support the students as best as possible. With zero communication between special education staff, program chairs, with the administration, I'm confused how this helps students and supports them the best. We need to think about how destructive this move would be for our school community, and again, our community as a whole. The program chairs are in every facet of this school. They help support case managers, teachers, and again, as you've heard and you will continue to hear all evening, they help support students be successful here at OPRFHS and beyond. We go to support as case managers and teachers to our program chairs because we can't get very many straight answers from our current special education administration. The data to add more admin to this department does not support that decision. We can't get straight answers. We have to utilize our program chairs. Adding more admin, again, creates more distance between the administration and the teachers. Therefore, again, impacting student success. A few people have touched on the language surrounding LEAs. And I just want to read this quickly. So the actual law states that the LEA representative at meetings must have the authority to make commitments to the provisions and resources and able to ensure the services set out in the IEP will be implemented. The law does not indicate that that person needs an administrative certificate. It does not indicate that they need to be a school administrator. This is not the right decision at this time. The fact that there's no dialogue and no connection at all between the decision-making powers that be and the people that are on the ground every day is ridiculous. Thank you.
Second, while we check to see if there's anyone else who signed in for public comment. Okay, we will now. Oh, do you want to make a comment? Come on up, please.
I submitted in writing, but
Okay, if you're here and you want to say it, that's fine.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Renee Rogatori, and I am the parent of a current freshman, a junior, as well as an OPRF alum. I'm here tonight to urge the board to reject the proposed restructuring of the special education department. This plan would eliminate 4 crucial program chair positions and create a massive void for so many students, caregivers, parents, and teachers. For the more than 17% of OPRF students who receive services at the high school, the program chairs are so much more than their role of IEP facilitator. They are literally the heart and soul of the special education program. They develop connections with each student within the program and understand their individual strengths and challenges. They provide support and resources to students and work tirelessly to ensure that OPRF is a welcoming and inclusive community. I know that I speak for many special ed parents when I say that our program chairs have been an absolute lifeline to survival during this pandemic year. Our program chair has helped us navigate technology issues, scheduling issues, learning resources, social connections, and so much more. Our program chair has been a phone call or email away, always listening to our frustrations or concerns. For our freshman who is in the teen program, who has been filled with tremendous anxiety over transition to a new school, our program chair has created a welcoming and inclusive atmosphere in the most challenging of times. Going forward, the program chairs will be even more essential as we come to understand the academic, social, and emotional impact of the pandemic on our students. Their role will be essential as these students return to in-person connections and will undoubtedly require complex supports to meet their needs. The role will be essential as we welcome new 8th graders in the transition process to the special education program. Their role will be essential as many in the special education space will be displaced with further construction this fall. This is absolutely the worst time to force through a massive change without taking all of these considerations into account. I hope that the board and administration can solicit and listen to input from special education parents, students, and teachers in this process. I hope that the board and administration can find a more creative solution to meet the needs of the district without eliminating such a fundamental and vital support for one of our school's most vulnerable populations. Let's get this right. Thank you.
Sure. Is there anybody else here who wanted to make public comment in person? Yeah, if you want to just come on up one by one, you can.
All right, I thought I did it right. I didn't. Good evening. My name is Heidi Lynch. I'm a counselor here. I have been at Oak Park River Forest High School for over 25 years as a teacher, as a counselor, and now recently as a parent. And one thing that I've learned from my many years here is that relationships are the heart of this place. We never get anything done well or effectively when we are not connecting with each other and using each other to solve problems. I would say that our program chairs are the absolute embodiment of that spirit. They are the nexus between all of the stakeholders. So to see the parents here, to see Corinne and Emma, to see Christina, who I got to hear how Jada's doing at school, to talk to Kristen this morning as she was dropping Ben off at school. That just shows you the love and the connection that our families and our students have to this issue and to this particular, and my brother's calling me, sorry. It just shows you the connection that people have to special education, to the support that we have. And so our program chairs really, truly are that link. Our program chairs are teachers. They've all taught in their program. They're specialists in their programs. And Lindsay Kirby is the embodiment of kind, calm, consistent stability. She's the perfect representative for FCD. I sat in a staffing last week with Fawn where we haven't been able to visit the middle schools this year, obviously. We did a transition staffing and Fawn said, well, I remember you from 7th grade. And that just made that family feel all the more connected. Counselors, as my role is, spend all kinds of time relying on the expertise of these really incredibly thoughtful, smart, knowledgeable women. I have seen over my many years just the growth of this connection between teachers and program chairs and families by the explosion of programs. We have adapted PE, we have adapted art, we have adapted food. That comes out directly as a result of our program chairs understanding the needs of their students and making it work in the school in a collaborative way. I ask that, what problem are we trying to solve? We've heard about LEAs and it seems like there's some alternate interpretations. Why not? Why are we trying to solve? What problem are we trying to solve? My hope is that if we have a problem, we would solve it collaboratively rather than through a top-down approach and use the inspiration of our program chairs who are indeed the embodiment of a collaborative relationship.
Anyone else physically present who would like to make public comment? Yes, come on up, please.
Good evening. I'm Catherine Hall. I am the grandmother and guardian of a junior who uses services in the special education department here. I am deeply concerned about the proposal to eliminate team managers from the Department of Special Education and replace them with administrators. While I have no doubt that these administrators will provide value to those already charged with the sometimes daunting task of running such a large department, I fail to see how they will compensate for the loss of 4 highly skilled team managers. Before any changes are made, we need clear answers to the following questions. In what ways will the restructuring promote academic achievement, significant progress toward IEP goals, or student morale? How will the new configuration counterbalance the loss of collaboration, shared innovation, and counsel resulting from the loss of team managers? And what specifically are the objectives of restructuring, and how will the success of the new configuration be measured? Unless these questions are answered, the plan should not be approved. Until there is input from the parents of these most vulnerable students, the plan should not be approved. If the administration of the special education department cannot provide specific examples of harm caused by the current structure of the department, the plan should not be approved. I understand that a strong leader may want to implement strategies that may have proven successful in other contexts. This is commendable, but only if the new strategy is needed. And I am not convinced that this is the case. There is more than one road to success, and it appears that we're on one. Why can't a program manager be a designated LEA representative? Why should a team be denied leadership that has already demonstrated its value? Why should we replace people with boots on the ground with people whose time will be divided between the office and classroom observation? I would much prefer to see adjustments to what we are doing rather than the wholesale abandonment of a system with a proven track record. I believe that anything else would be a waste of time, energy, and resources.
Do we have any additional folks in person? We do have a significant amount of public comment that was emailed, so we will begin with that now.
Okay, our first one is from Sarah Millman, members of the board. I'm submitting this public comment to urge you not to remove the current public program chairs in special education and replace them with administrative positions. My son transitioned this year to OPR from Julian and Fawn Joyce. One of the program chairs has a lifeline for our family. My son is a very complicated individual, as he is autistic with a developmental disability, and additionally, he has a medical condition, cystic fibrosis. Before we even begin the process of transitioning to OPRF, I met Fawn through presentations she organizes for the disability community. Navigating various agencies and life situations with a child who is severely disabled is extremely complex. And Fawn has consistently organized wonderful and helpful speakers to help educate parents on these issues. This parental education that Fawn does is critical to parents. Transitioning my son into OPRF during a pandemic when the school is closed could have been a nightmare. He has so many things that are difficult to make transition in the best of times. Fawn started participating at the very beginning of this transition and her confidence, hard work, and kind personality turned what could have been a nightmare into a smooth and positive experience for him. There have been dozens of issues that could have come up either due to his autism or medical condition, and I began to understand right away that Fawn responds promptly and does whatever she can do in order to help adjust the situation. Everything from a busing schedule, which was problematic due to how much time his breathing treatments take in the morning, to scheduling and picking classes for students who does not fall neatly into an academic category, to working with all of his teachers and his aide to ensure that he is being educated effectively, to small accommodations like finding a spot for him to have a short snack midday when he is in person. His nutritional needs are different due to his CI. The list goes on, and she's been critical in helping us feel comfortable and assured that my son is receiving the best education that's possible at this time. OPRS has a massive special education staff. From a parent's perspective, when it really comes down to the actual experience of special education at OPRS, there has been one singular person who truly made a difference for our family, and that is Fawn Joyce. As you can imagine, I have been involved with countless individuals over the course of my child's life due to his developmental and medical complexities. Fawn stands out as the absolute top of professionals in terms of her confidence, her effectiveness, and her compassion. It would be a huge loss for my family and for OPRF to remove Fawn from her current position, which is what I would call a lifeline position for my son and our family. I ask you to please consider removing Fawn and the program chairs from their positions. These program chairs are absolutely essential for the day-to-day well-being of our special education. From Vanessa and Donovan Anderson. First and foremost, I want to say that this is a very shameful thing to even think about cutting Miss Fawn Joyce Fawn, sorry. From OPRF. Fawn is invaluable. She is most understanding and has been a comfort for me and a helper to my son, Donovan. I understand the physical and emotional demands of working with children and to have the perfect blend of patience, energy, compassion, and responsibility. But she tops it off with a dose of genuine love. In addition, she has excellent listening and verbal communication skills to effectively work with parents and their challenged children. She is very thoughtful, even off the clock, as I was ill. She called me and checked on me during my week's stay in the hospital. She's like a rare diamond, very irreplaceable. Speaking for my son and I, we would be overjoyed if she was allowed to stay. This is from Jennifer Manning. Good evening. Parent of an incoming freshman who will be placed in a team setting in the fall. I'm writing to express a concern about the proposed change in the program chair positions within the special education department. Please accept this as a public comment. We had our son's transition meeting last Tuesday, and a new meeting is anticipated in the team. In particular, we were impressed with Ms. Joyce, who I had the pleasure of speaking with in advance of the meeting, and who facilitated our transition meeting. She was very positive, encouraging, excited to meet our son and us, and reassuring. It's a challenging moment for any student coming into a new building and learning environment, and it's scary for us parents, especially when the son has multiple and complex special needs. Imagine our shock when the very next day we learned from Facebook that there is a plan afoot to remove all of the current program chairs and return them to the classrooms, and that this plan is to be approved on March 11th. Very, very disconcerting, to say the least. Several things about this concern is one, we found out indirectly. Two, there's no clear reason or explanation for this proposed change. Three, it's a wholesale demotion, house cleaning of what we hear are very experienced, successful, and dedicated staff. Why? Four, moving them back into teaching roles, presumably get pushed out. So does this mean that my son's teacher will be potentially an entirely different person after we just spent 2 hours reviewing his needs with someone we were led to believe would be his teacher? 5, the program chairs will have the opportunity to apply for the position. Sounds like a slap in the face if I ever did that. Why didn't we get it in 5?
Hold on 1 second, please. We're having some audio trouble. Adjust the volume here.
Testing 1 2, testing 1 2, testing 1 2.
Testing. All right. So I'll start with Bob. These demoted program chairs will have an opportunity to apply for the new positions. It sounds like a slap in the face if I ever heard one. Why remove them if they can apply? You risk losing a lot of very valuable staff, your biggest asset. The staff were caught completely unawares of this new plan, and therefore this plan did not include any discussion with or feedback from students, parents, teachers, other related services, staff, or other administration. I hope that you, as the board, will make every attempt to fully understand this bizarre and unexplained proposed plan and insist that the new executive director of special education make every effort to include all stakeholders in the problem identification and exploration of solutions before accepting this proposed plan. Many thanks. The next one is from Christine Nelson. I request all board members remind she's asking, what metrics are being used to justify this change? Are they industry standard? Were the data collected pre-COVID? The rather anemic survey sent out by the SPED stat department is hardly likely to justify this. How have those metrics been used by other school systems to justify these changes? Did they hold up in post-implementation monitoring? Was there a statistically significant improvement in the running of the departments at 6, 12, and longer time periods after implementation? If this approach has not been successfully implemented in multiple districts, I am willing to have my child be part of this experiment here. I am unwilling to have my child be part of this experience here. Where were the focus groups of parents, caregivers? I was not asked to participate. Surely all parents should have been asked. What size were they and how often did they meet? What were the questions asked? What other alternatives have other schools used to improve upon the aforementioned metrics besides upending the entire department? What other solution options are available? And if not chosen, why not?
From Katie Renner. Per the letter dated March 5th from Ms. Francois Blue, I would like to ask that the board ask more questions about how adding more administrative roles will better serve the special education department before approving these changes. As a parent of a sophomore in the teen program, I cannot understand how this is being proposed as a positive restructuring. I would also like to understand if there's an addition of 4 teachers, the current program chairs. Will that mean that 4 non-tenured special education teachers will be dismissed? Will this also mean that the case managers or teachers will take on the additional responsibilities of the current program chairs? The program chairs work hand in hand with staff and families to navigate the complicated special education services with the student success as the main goal. I've never had an interaction with anyone in an administrative role that I didn't initiate. This proposed new role with higher level of approvals power seems to have the budget and district's best interest in mind, not the success of the students. Natalie Anders and Haywood Kelly. As the parents of a sophomore at OPRF who receives special education services, we are concerned about the recent announcement from the OPRF Executive Director of Special Education, Mrs. Francois Blue, regarding the complete restructuring of the special education department, which includes the elimination of the program chair positions. We have a host of concerns, which include, number 1, Ms. Francois Blue's short tenure at OPRF High School, given the magnitude of the change she's proposing. Ms. Francois Blue has been in a role at OPRF for less than a year, and that year can be accurately characterized as highly unusual and chaotic. Respectfully, Ms. Francois Blue doesn't know our students and hasn't seen the way the program chairs interact with and support them. So it's difficult for us to see how her recommendation could be based on careful observation and consideration of the needs of students and their families. Number 2, the elimination of the program chair roles will effectively remove one of the most important coaches our daughter has had on her team during her time at OPRF. Fawn Joyce, the team program chair, has been an invaluable resource. She has helped our daughter and family navigate OPRF, advocated for our daughter during a challenging period of resource support, and has been a tireless booster for all diverse learners. Most importantly, she knows our daughter, acknowledges her humanity, and values the contributions she makes to OPRF. During this difficult, almost completely virtual year, she has been one of the few consistent points of contact from OPRF for our family. The lack of clarity around how this change will improve the situation for diverse learners at OPRF. In the past, OPRF administrators, including Dr. Kurt Adams and Ms. Francois Blue's predecessor, have expressed a commitment to creating more opportunities for inclusive education at OPRF. We aren't opposed to changes in special education department structure that are clearly aimed at bringing the school up to par with others in the Chicagoland area who provide meaningful opportunities for inclusive education for diverse learners. However, Ms. Francois Blue's announcement only provides information about the benefits of this change to the OPRF team. Restructuring would allow us to better fulfill the role of a local education agency, LEA, representative at IEP meetings, as well as optimize and increase administrative supervision and oversight. We have played an active role in our daughter's education over the years and have been willing advocates for change when it's clear that it benefits all diverse learners. However, we have not been encouraged by the way that OPRF has supported diverse learners during the pandemic and by Ms. Francois Blue's recent announcement. We strongly suggest that the administration conduct a more thorough review of roles and responsibilities under more typical circumstances and seek feedback from students and families regarding the strengths and challenges of the current structure before implementing such changes. From Jill Shipley Ricks, we cannot imagine the special ed department without the incredibly helpful people like Fawn Joyce. Our family can always count on her for correct information and answers to our questions. She is a lifesaver and cares so much for all of our students. Why would you make such a drastic change by limiting all program chairs when this particular area of the department is so helpful to so many families? We do not like changes being forced upon us. It's not right. We all strive to protect and surround our kids with caring, comforting individuals. We live in this community specifically for the quality of the special education program. Do not change what is obviously working for this community. From Trina Bacchus, Dr. Pruitt Adams and members of the Board of Education, I'm dismayed by proposal to reorganize the special education department, replacing the 4 program chairs, 3 administrators, and an IEP coordinator. Both of my children have graduated from OPRF. My younger daughter utilized special education services and graduated in August 2020. She had an off-campus placement, and we worked extensively with Lauren Achura, one of the affected program chairs. I will address Ms. Achura and the role she plays in a minute, but first I want to address a more general issue. It's hard to see how funneling the needs of existing families and students to 3 administrators versus 4 subject matter experts is going to better serve students and families, especially as we continue to move through a time that is causing increased mental health issues among teens. The special education department should be planning on how to serve more families with perhaps more complex needs coming out of this year of isolation, loss of routine, and varied disruptions, including economic insecurity and possible loss of family members. Families and students rely on the program chairs to help navigate the special education system at OPRF and community, in the case of site and off-campus placements. The program chairs are the experts. They are the human face of the special ed process for students and families. Having been at numerous 504 and IEP meetings over the course of my children's educations, I understand that there is a large administrative component to the 504 IEP process and to the meetings. However, I do not believe that improving the administrative efficiency of the process should come at the cost of the human component of the process. The parents that deal with off-campus placement and have worked or are working with Ms. Achura are often in difficult situations, sometimes in outright crisis. Her knowledge and ability to guide the process, understand options, and work with families should not be underestimated. Families and students rely on people, not simply processes, and removing the people at this time of increased needs seems short-sighted. Yes, Ms. Achura was and would be an excellent classroom teacher, and I believe that would be a waste of her value to this community. I haven't worked as extensively with the other program chairs, but I think their value to the constituency is just as great. I hope the Board of Education does not approve this request. Sincerely, T. Kathleen Holt. Good evening. I'm running in support of the program chair positions. I'd like to start by saying for some students and families, the high school experience is less traditional because of the services the child receives as a part of their IEP. For my sons, this has been the case as they are off-campus students. As a result, it's very normal to feel unconnected to the Oak Park High School experience in general. Therefore, the relationship with the program chairs is crucial in allowing families to have consistency and predictability during the years in high school, and also providing that connection and link to feeling like we too belong to the OPRF. For my family in particular, their relationship has been with Lauren Achura. Having Lauren's guidance, expertise, and caring attitude during periods of placement, maintenance of the placement, and periods of transition have been priceless. Lauren's knowledge in all of the legal and state guidelines and making sure placements and IEPs were on point has been crucial. I always come to the IEP meetings knowing that my sons and our family were in good hands with Lauren. And that has always been a huge relief as a parent. Also of importance to note is that for many of us, the services our children receive extend beyond the traditional 4 years of high school.
Knowing that we had Lauren there to support us in the post-high school years was so important to us. And finally, the relationship with programs and the depth of knowledge that Lauren has with the schools and programs all over the state and country is remarkable. That's not something that can be easily or quickly established. Lauren's professional, calm, knowledgeable, and caring attitude left me feeling reassured in meetings, but also enabled her to communicate and work with all different people from so many different schools and programs. To sum it up, Lauren has provided a sense of connection for us as we navigate the high school years in a more non-traditional manner. It's hard to imagine a future day when I can't reach out by phone or email and get a quick response from Lauren to hear her guidance and get her help on issues that arise from off-campus placements. I ask the board to consider the years that have gone into her forming the relationships and knowledge she brings to families who have a less traditional high school experience before taking that away. Thank you.
From Jeffrey Charco. In a year that has been difficult for everyone, as is often the case, individuals with disabilities are impacted most significantly. Now, with the vague allusions to unspecified evolving demands in the special education program, the administration has suggested that elimination of special education program chairs is required in the midst of a pandemic because they have not been granted the authority necessary to fulfill the role of an LEA representative set forth by the Illinois State Special Education Regulations. There is no explanation of why that authority could not be granted to the special education program chairs. Nor is there no indication or analysis of how frequently, if ever, additional district resources are required to be committed as part of the IEP process for individual students. Indeed, there is no indication that the replacement role of IEP coordinator has the authority claimed to be lacking by the special education program chairs. This is particularly troubling here, where one of the individuals that is to be eliminated is Fawn Joyce. Ms. Joyce has been a ray of sunshine for many parents and special education students. During the pandemic, time and time again, Ms. Joyce went out of her way to do what was best for the students, notwithstanding the fact that the newly installed special education director failed to provide her with adequate resources. It is ironic that the need to replace her is based on the lack of authority to provide students with the resources required to meet the students' IEP goals. In almost 8 years of experience in IEP meetings with her, Ms. Joyce has been an empathetic voice, and more importantly, for present purposes of problem solving. Even when she did not have active authority to accomplish what was required, she did everything she could to try to make it happen. She is highly skilled at her job, has a long history in school, and has connections to the community that cannot be replaced. There appears to be no analytical basis to conclude that the revised plan will serve to provide additional or adequate resources to meet students' IEP goals. There appears to be no material cost savings. There is no explanation of why the existing personnel could not be accommodated in the new positions created, or what the evolving demands in the special education program are, other than new director wanting to terminate highly skilled employees to install her own team. Ms. Joyce is too valuable to the school, her students, and the parents to let this happen. Marinelli Bassett Dillon. Big changes up in special ed administration should include the views and experiences and experienced staff as well as parents, because we have a lot of information about very individualized needs of students. From Becca Kaufman and Peter Shawman. Dear Superintendent Pruitt Adams, President Spivey, and members of the District 200 BOE. I am writing with great concern about the seemingly sudden and drastic changes being made to the special education department by Director Shirley LaFrancois-Bloom. We are parents of students with an IEP. Our chair, Lindsay Kirby, has been our lifeline as we have navigated the complex needs of our child and the rules and guidelines of OPRF in the state. Lindsay always provides answers, even if the answers aren't the ones we want to hear. She is the conduit between a very large team where specific answers are hard to come by between parents, students, counselors, teachers, case managers, social workers, doctors, therapists, evaluators, and administrators. Anytime we've had to try and move up the ladder, answers rarely come. Does the department need change? Without a doubt. Ideally, change would mean more students and family support and less red tape and boot jumping. Change would mean better programs and resources for all special education students with classes that meet not only their educational needs, but social emotional needs as well. From my vantage point and my daughters, we sorely lack that at OPRF. But all change should include input from the stakeholders and be done in a slow and thoughtful way. Without that process, it feels breathless, even more so after a year that we have all experienced. Thank you for your consideration and for your service. From Mr. Oscar Medina, I am writing to object to the proposed restructuring of the special education department. This pandemic has been a challenge for everyone, but the special ed needs students require consistency. Bond Joyce has helped our daughter Mala the past 4 years at OPRF and currently while navigating her transition into the site program. Bond has made this episode seamless. It would be difficult if additional transitions would be in place. I hope that the administration and the board can come up with some other plan that will meet the district's needs without depriving us of our program chair. From Tina Baird. I am writing in opposition of the proposed dismissal of the 4 department chairs in the special education department. It is not in the best interest of the students to remove the passionate people who have developed and built those important programs that have proven to be beneficial. It is not in the best interest of the students to remove the passionate people that have built an important and reliable relationship with individual students and their families. I trust that the board members will hear these concerns and make a decision that is in the best interest of the students receiving the special education services. From Sandra Shamishka. My comments are in response to the letter from Ms. Francois Blue and recommendations to restructure the leadership of the department. I'm against this restructure, and I am against reassigning current program chair, Ron Joyce. My son Dylan is a junior in team at OPRF. He is funny, he is bright, he is also autistic and OCD. When you see him in the halls at OPRF HS, you'll notice his wonderful smile as he skips to his next class. What you won't know as he's walking by is that he has OCD and how it affects his day. You won't know how his excitement from seeing the bus outside at the end of the school day causes him to lose focus, or how he needs to have the same conversation with the teachers each day, causing a delay in learning. The only way you can know this about Dylan is if you interacted with him daily or spoke to me, his mother, or often Bond Joyce. She would know this. Bond Joyce knows Dylan. Bond Joyce knows me. From what I understand, the proposed new administrative positions wouldn't be interacting with Dylan on a daily basis. Having an administrator that has no daily contact with my son or me is not serving his needs. Joyce, however, does have daily contact with Dylan and could be reached by me by passing along a concern or suggestion. She would understand because she interacts with my son every day. How can someone that doesn't witness a student's strength and challenges have a voice in any matter that concerns that student? In order to help Dylan, you must witness his behavior during the school day and engage with him up close, not from afar. I trust Bond Joyce because she sees Dylan's needs firsthand and takes this time to understand Dylan. I would like Bond Joyce to remain a program chair. I ask that the current program chairs maintain their current positions and not be reassigned to teachers. Thank you.
From Glenn Samashima. I am a parent of a special education student at OPR FHS, and with regards to Mrs. Francois Blue's recommendation to restructure the leadership of the department, I'm strongly against this change for the following reasons. 1, there has been no demonstrated justification for why a change is needed. What metrics will be improved by the recommended changes? 2, I am disappointed that if a deficiency was identified, why wasn't parent input solicited before a fully formed recommendation was made? Was there an examination of alternatives? Why this leadership structure? And why not let the firm program chairs fill these roles by default? 3, I am concerned that the overall quality of the student's educational experience will suffer from such a massive restructuring. Many of our children like routines, and even seemingly minor changes can have major impacts on their emotional well-being and behavior. One of the program chairs affected is volunteering.
If I could please ask everybody in the room to turn down their volume if they're tuned into the web session. And to make sure they're muted.
One of the program chairs affected is Colin Joyce. My wife and I have worked with her since my son was in 8th grade.
You need to.
Here we go. I got it.
It's muted now.
One of the program chairs affected is Vaughn Joyce. My wife and I have worked with her since our son's 8th grade transition meeting. She is as hardworking, caring, and driven as any educator we have worked with since our son started many years ago in the early childhood program in District 97. I do not understand the need to change her job status when she's done a wonderful job as program chair. It is shameful that she is being demoted in a restructuring that has not been explained except in a one-page letter. Does it not make sense for her to fill one of the newly created special education supervisor or IEP coordinator positions and not have to go through an interview process? I'm very surprised that this recommendation was put forth with Mrs. Francois Blue having less than a year's experience with the department. And that experience has taken place during a pandemic without the benefit of seeing the department perform during a typical school year. It seems reckless and premature for a leader to call for a significant change to a school special education department during a pandemic with mostly online learning after only 8 months. From Leslie Sutton, I have read that 20 classroom renovations have been removed from the plans for phase 1 of Imagine. The estimated cost for these classrooms is $1.4 million. I've also heard on Facebook that the D200 budget has a surplus of $2 million due to the pandemic. In my opinion, it is unconscionable that these classrooms are not to be included in the existing construction of phase 1, when costs will be lower and construction more efficient. I am particularly troubled that the classrooms do not seem to be in the plans at all anymore. D200 continues to have a large $90 million in reserve, $90 million in reserves. There is no good reason to not bring the classrooms up to the 21st century under these circumstances. From Amy Stanis. Good evening, everyone. First, I'd like to thank you for your dedication to support our students, parents, faculty, staff, administration, and community at large. My name is Amy Stanis, and I am a community member, taxpayer, parent of 2 future OPRF students, and a teacher in the special education division. This is my 18th year in special education, and I have never spoken at a board meeting nor submitted a comment to be read at a board meeting, but I'm compelled to do so tonight. I'm grateful to have this opportunity to express my serious concerns about the proposal to restructure our service delivery model in special education, since an opportunity to discuss these monumental changes was not afforded to our division members, our special education students, nor their families. In a district that has historically valued and encouraged stakeholder input, effective communication, and transparency, I would have expected our veteran leadership to have ensured all voices were heard before submitting the proposal to the board. I'm in a unique position, having worked in the building for 15 years in the LD continuum and now off campus in our site transition program, which serves young adults with disabilities from the LD, SED, and teen continuums, as well as students from off-campus placements. When I worked in the building and transitioned off campus to my new position at site, to say that I relied on my program chair for guidance is an understatement. For 18 years, my program chairs have served as my mentors. They have been my main points of contact for problem solving in the classroom and instructional coaching without fear of being negatively evaluated. As you are aware, while special education teachers do not have dedicated instructional coaches like other divisions, our program chairs have actually fulfilled this role for several decades. In addition to mentoring and instructional coaching, I've always relied on my program chair to help me build positive relationships with my new students and families because the chairs are the most consistent and integral members of their IEP teams. Under the proposed model, it is not feasible to offer meaningful and individualized supports to our students, families, and staff. Thank you. The next two were read in person. Catherine Hall, is that also? Okay, yeah, I thought I recognized that name. Let me see exactly that. Okay, Gail?
Yes, thank you. Is this okay now? Okay. So this is from Vanessa and Donovan Hooker. First and foremost, I want to say that this is a very shameful thing to even think about cutting this Joyce Fawn from Oak Park River Forest. Fawn is invaluable. She is most understanding and has been such a comfort for me and a helper to my son Donovan. I understand the physical and emotional demands of working with children, and to have the perfect blend of patience, energy, compassion, and responsibility, but she tops it off with a dose of genuine love.
I'm sorry, I believe this is already read. I think this was comment number 12.
Oh, good. Okay. Then I will go on. This is from Sinead Elward. Good evening, I'm the parent of a rising ninth grader currently attending Brooks Elementary with an IEP. She has had an interrupted education for a year. In order to engage in the classroom, she required the assistance of a one-on-one aide, which is physically impossible in remote learning. Over the last year, she has to deal with the trauma of losing everything she held dear: school, Special Olympics, Bravo, best buddies, and peer duties. In-person school is everything to her. As a minimally verbal child with autism and developmental delays, she has struggled to understand what is happening and why. She attends in person 4 meetings a week and sporadically joins Zoom when she can to get her cooperative outside of those times. The trauma of change is very real to her. Our initial introduction to District 200 was via an Alibus process of class registration. Littlest process of class registration. I was expected to choose classes for my child on a form that did not have any special education options. I had to register a minimally verbal child in honors or college prep classes just so I could get her into treble choir. I had to plan for a transition meeting with no ability to visit the school or see the classrooms or observe the teaching style. Last week, we had our transition meeting to OPRL. She was introduced to the team staff. She was introduced to someone who was labeled a case manager and teacher. Altogether, it was a successful transition meeting, and it was all a good way to start such a significant upcoming transition. A few hours after the meeting, I discovered that the team program chairs had been given notification that her role was being eliminated and replaced by an administrator. Additionally, we discovered that all 4 special education program chairs will be eliminated. First, let me unpack what this signals to my family and what it means to my daughter. To my husband and I, this means that we are sending our already traumatized daughter into a school and into a department that is in disarray. Additionally, it means that we cannot trust anything that was shared in the meeting because the special education department is clearly run by someone who does not trust their own staff. It means everything is subject to change. To my daughter, it means additional trauma. She was introduced to people who may not be there in the fall. This is a child who has gone from a loving school to throwing school provide electronics against the wall to get out of attending Zoom classes. At a time when she most needs a consistent schedule, a consistent team, and a consistent plan, she is now facing into a completely unknown experience. We are looking forward to high school. We were looking forward to high school. For years, our community has applauded Fawn Joyce and the team program. Our community has thrived in team. We have lost all trust for our daughter's future at OPRF. Students with significant special needs are not pawns in a budget game. From Jerry Humphrey.
Dear President Dixon Spivey and members of the District 200 Board, I am writing to you today regarding the restructuring of the special education program department. I always found the program chairs that attended our IEP meetings to be professional, helpful, and engaged. The program chairs made changes to the accommodations in the IEP clearly and with the consensus of the team in the meeting. I do want to call your attention to one program chair who went above and beyond. Last year was my child's senior year. We were having two significant issues at school, one with another student harassing my child and one with a teacher. The issues were so significant that they were causing trauma and harm to my child. Fawn Joyce called me about the upcoming IEP meeting and asked, how are things going? That simple question began a conversation and a relationship that literally changed our lives. When I told Fawn about the two major issues with my child, she immediately jumped in to help. Her focus was completely child-centered. Fawn never said this is outside of the scope of my job. Fawn did not try to pass the problems along to someone else. Fawn dived into the middle of the issues because my child at OPF was severely struggling, and she knew that someone had to manage the issues across the silos and fiefdoms that is OPRF. She showed professionalism, integrity, compassion, and patience. Primarily Dawn-centered the child. Fawn-centered the child. She had numerous conversations with my child to make sure he knew someone was trying to help him through the maze of red tape and hands-on at OPRF. Fawn advocated for my child, her most important job. Next, she talked to me every step of the way. That included calling me from home late at night and calling me while driving with her own crying children in the car. Fawn understood that these issues needed urgent attention. In school day hours did not find her sense of service. She worked on my child's problems day and night. She's the epitome of a public service in a public school. To think that the special education department would lose that leadership and an example of Fawn Joyce's to put her back in the classroom was disheartening. Of course, the students in Fawn's class would benefit from her loving and tender care, but the special education department needs Fawn in a leadership position. I like to say that the special education department has 99 problems, but the program chairs are not one of them. I would like to encourage executive director to reevaluate her decision to remove the program chairs from their positions. I believe there are many areas that can be improved within special ed, with one of the top ones focusing on twice exceptional learners at OPRF. That area is completely lacking from my experience, and these types of learners sit in no man's land at OPRF. It also might be prudent to have somewhat normal year with students and teachers in school building before attempting a restructure. From Holly Barnes. As a parent of a child who receives special education services, I was shocked to hear of the plan to essentially demote our 4 excellent program chairs and replace them with new staff in administrative roles. The chairs are the heart and soul of the programs and a wealth of institutional knowledge and strong relationships with families. I cannot imagine why the current administration thinks our children will be better served by having new people in these roles. An announcement came out of the blue with no input from parents, and the letter that was meant to explain this decision did nothing to clarify how this plan came about. Many parents rely on the current program chairs for guidance and assistance, and to have those lifelines removed is quite a blow. Additionally, reassigning the program chairs to the classroom will end up pushing out some untenured teachers. What a way to thank them for their hard work and inventive work at the end of an extremely challenging school year. The board should not vote on this plan tonight as it has arisen so suddenly and without suitable explanation. A restructuring this dramatic, put into place by a brand new executive director of special education and presumably blessed by an outgoing superintendent, requires extensive discussion and consideration before any decisions are actually made. Board members, please put the brakes on this. The next one is from John and Shannon O'Brien. Dear School Board, we are writing to express our extreme dissatisfaction with the recent actions of the executive director who, after 7 months in her position during a pandemic, is attempting to restructure her department. Obviously, this is her prerogative, and we are writing to strongly voice our objection. In the letter which she chose to send on Friday at 4 p.m., can you say Friday Newsdome? 4 business days before the board meeting, she calls the parents of the special education students valuable partners. If we were valuable partners, she would have solicited our assessment of the current personnel and educational structure. If we were valuable partners, she would have asked about our children's response to the department's efforts during the stressful year. Partner is defined as performing a task together. We have been fortunate to partner with Ms. Fawn Joyce. Ms. Joyce, through her phone calls to our home in the evening, or stopping in at the Learning Lab to check on our daughter's anxieties during this crazy year, has earned our highest respect as a true partner in Jackie's education. We urge you to hit pause on the restructuring and ask for input from the parents and teachers as well as review the educational metrics required by the state. Let's remember the school's mission and strive to do what's right for our children.
From Carrie Fraser, dear BOE and administration, thank you for your public service. One of my favorite quotes is from then Vice President Joe Biden in 2008. Don't tell me what you value, show me your budget, and I'll tell you what you value. Under this board and administration, I have seen your budget, and it appears you value administration and hiring board administrators and $30 million cafeterias. But you definitely do not value services and support for students, especially those with special needs. From the absurd proposal this winter to cut $30,000 in funding for special education field trips, to the current rush proposal to suddenly restructure the special education department, at least your budget is consistent. More money for administrators and less hands-on support for our most vulnerable students and their families. I've been a taxpayer in District 200 for 23 years, and a parent of OPRF students for the past 7. In the past 5 years, and specifically the last 5 months, I continue to be shocked by the massive changes that this board, superintendent, and new administrators are racing to push through before the elections next month and before the next administrator is in place. What is the rush? Why make a difficult year more challenging? Why create more chaos? What are you afraid will happen? Why would you not seek input from the teachers, program chairs, and families of our most vulnerable students before making significant changes? Your values and your rush to implement them are transparent only in their consistent disrespect for the community of students you serve and the community of taxpayers who support this district. Slow down. Listen to the practitioners. Listen to the special needs families that have been in crisis for the past 12 months, surviving without the hands-on support of their team. Please thoughtfully work with them to meet the needs of these extraordinary students that require their teachers, their classroom aides, their support services, and their program chairs to work in concert for the students. From John Schultz, dear BOE administration, thank you for your public service. One of my favorite quotes from Marcus Lewin, dear BOE, the Board of Education's role is to be an advocate for our community and students, especially during difficult times. I am requesting that the BOE take a decisive and urgent stand for the benefit of our students with increased time in the classroom through the end of the school year by collapsing or eliminating cohorts and opening the schools to students the week after spring break. I also request that such measures be implemented immediately with respect to all IEP students. Most of the teachers have been fully vaccinated. The CDC reduced social distancing to 3 feet in schools with safety protocols in place. And OPRF high school saliva testing mitigate nearly all risks. Many students have been traumatized by the lack of in-person learning this year. While millions of students across the U.S. have been in the classroom safely since August with no serious health issues to students or teachers. These large and small school districts opened safely following data on science, safety protocols, and a student-first mindset. Meanwhile, in school districts with heavy-handed unions that put teachers first and students last, remote learning was the only option. Due to unnecessary and prolonged school closings, many remote students struggle with anxiety, depression, and as a result, teen suicide is now a national health crisis. Lack of in-person learning has been and continues to be especially damaging to many children with IEPs. It has been absolutely remarkable to experience the positive difference when my child has been able to attend school in person. This is consistent with what many parents, educators, and mental health professionals have been stating for many months, that a return to in-person learning is critical, particularly for children with IEPs. The BOE should be focused on ensuring our students have as much time as possible in the remaining few months. It's important to note, most Chicago suburban high schools, including Downers Grove North and South, Glenbrook North and South, Lyons Township, and New Trier, are in person 5 days a week for all students that want to attend in person. Additionally, these schools do not have a post-spring break adaptive pause. They will be in person for as much time as possible in the classroom. In closing, parents nor taxpayers payers who should have to beg to get our children safely in classrooms. We deserve better, and so do our children. Thank you for your consideration. Tammy Schultz. I am the parent of 3 students with IEPs at OPRF, one past, one present, and one future next year. We have received much care and support through the special education department and are grateful for their hard work on our behalf. Lindsay Kirby and Fawn Joyce have chaired every IEP meeting we have had for the past 7 years, and both have done excellent jobs for us. Receiving the notice of the elimination of their positions in favor of administrators was upsetting to us. Why would those who have served our school with excellence be demoted or required to reapply? The answers provided are inadequate, and we see no benefit to the restructuring proposed. The LEE requirement by the IDEA has been in place since at least 2004 and met for nearly 20 years by our current structure. Using this as an excuse to remove those we have full confidence in is appalling. Ms. Francois Bou has not yet served as the current executive director for a full school year. She has not met our students nor seen the school function in full. We fail to see the wisdom in implementing this proposal without her full knowledge of our school. What will be the measurable outcome of this change? How will it benefit our students and the teachers and students who serve them? We have struggled through this uncertain year of the pandemic. Our students and children are the ones most deeply affected, as seen in my child who has had 2 hospitalizations in this past year. Her need for structure, routine, and familiar is stronger now than ever. Making a change at this time leaves us without one of our needed supports, the division ones. We request that time, energy, and resources be directed at strengthening our special ed department at this time, and trust that a better solution can be found than the proposal presented to you tonight. From Patty Flannery. Dear BOE, I'm requesting the BOE take a stand for our students with increased time in the classroom to the end of the school year by collapsing or eliminating cohorts and opening the schools to students the week after spring break. Most of the teachers have been fully vaccinated. The CDC reduced social distancing to 3 feet in schools with safety protocols in place. And OPR high school, this seems to be a repeat of the previous one too. It's not. Okay. And OPR high school saliva testing mitigating nearly all risks. Many students have been traumatized by the lack of in-person learning this year, while millions of students across the U.S. have been in classrooms safely since August with no serious health issues to students or teachers. These large and small school districts open safely following data, science, safety protocols, and the student-first mindset. Meanwhile, in school districts with heavy-handed unions that put teachers first and students last, remote learning was the only option. Due to unnecessary and prolonged school closings, many remote students struggle with anxiety, depression, and as a result, teen suicide is now a national health crisis. The BOE should be focused on ensuring our students have as much time as possible in the remaining 2 months. It's important to note that most Chicago high schools, down north and south, Glenbrook North and South, Lyons Township, and New Trier are in person 5 days a week for all students that want to attend in person. Additionally, these schools do not have a post-spring break adaptive pause. They will be in person for as much time as possible. In closing, parents nor taxpayers should have to beg to get our children safe in the classroom. We deserve better, and so do our children. Thank you for your consideration.
This one is from Mr. John Nicolati. This is a comment to the board regarding the restructuring of the special education department. In a time when there is so much talk in the community and indeed at OPRF about taking the time to solicit feedback from the community, I find it odd in the middle of the night and without any community discussion, this board has decided to replace the entire staff of the special education department and hire a new director from outside the community. As a parent of 2 children with disabilities, I find this disturbing and hypocritical. While we have had a long and extended discussions involving the community around curriculum, race, and equity, the disabled have largely been absent from this discussion and is present at all. It has been at best lip service. We even allowed the film crew in here for 2 years to highlight the racial divide. However, this restructuring merits nothing but a short memo to parents who have spent years and countless hours developing relationships in the school so that their kids can thrive. This school disrespects that investment that those parents have made. To understand what keeps a parent up at night, everyone needs to understand that as adults, these kids will face staggeringly high rates of unemployment, mental health issues, substance abuse, among things that no one would ever want their child to go through. These kids are largely invisible to us, tucked away from view, or off campus, effectively banished from the community. Those who are silenced are there with us are left without those kind of these discussions, if we even have one, and they're easily forgotten when they leave us. The board has given no specific reason for this change. Unlike the curriculum changes, nothing has been offered, but would have been better for our children. Please wait until you consult the community. Please wait for the new board. These kids deserve no less. Thanks. From Irene Walensky. Good afternoon. We object to the organizational change in special education. How does this help our community and our children? We have been in touch with many parents with special education children at OPRF. We are all very confused and upset by the change. We would like to understand why this change is needed. The current system works and the staff have been doing a great job. Vaughn Joyce is our chair, and she has been an excellent and invaluable department chair, facilitator, and an empathetic resource to all the families. Can you let us all know who will have the decision-making power over our children's education once the program chair roles are amended? From Carla Bulalowski. Dear BOE, the Board of Education's role is to be advocates for our community and our students, especially during difficult times. I'm requesting the BOE take a stand for our students with increased time in the classroom through the end of the school year by collapsing or eliminating cohorts and opening the school to students the week after spring break. Most of the teachers have been fully vaccinated. The CDC reduced social distancing to 3 feet in schools with safety protocols in place. And OPRF HS saliva testing mitigates nearly all risks. Many students have been traumatized by the lack of in-person learning this year, while millions of students across the US have been in the classroom safely since August, with no serious health issues to students or teachers. These large and small school districts open safely, follow data, science, safety protocols, and a student-first mindset. Meanwhile, in school districts with heavy-handed unions that put teachers first and students last, remote learning was the only option. Due to unnecessary prolonged school closings, many remote students struggle with anxiety and depression, and as a result, teen suicide is now a national health crisis. The BOE should be focused on ensuring our students have much time as possible in the remaining 2 months. It's important to note, most Chicago suburban high schools, including Downers Grove North and South, Glenbrook North and South, Lyons Township, and New Trier are in person 5 days a week for all students that want to attend in person. Additionally, these schools do not have a post-spring break adaptive pause. They will be in person for as much time as possible in the classroom. In closing, parents and taxpayers should beg to get our children safely in the classroom. They deserve better, and so do our children. Thank you for your consideration.
So this is from Christina Moore. I am writing to object to the proposed restructuring of the special education department. Mrs. Vaughn Joyce has helped my son Jaylene Moore by being a great resource person, always giving awesome information on programs and generally caring about not only Jalen, but my daughter Jada, Jamari, my husband, and myself. Mrs. Vaughn is an important part of our family and is irreplaceable. She needs to retain her position. I pray that the administration and board to come up with some other plan that will meet the district's needs without depriving us of our program chairs. Thank you. That's from Kathy Moran. I am writing to express my strong objection to the restructuring of the special education department by eliminating the program chair. Lindsay Kirby's SED department chair is an invaluable resource. She knows her teachers, understands the nuances of the program and curriculum, and cares about the students and families. During the craziness of the year, now does not seem the time to restructure the department. Tomorrow it works because Lindsay has created relationships with all stakeholders and in the best interest of all involved. The proposed restructuring did not include any input from parents, caregivers, teachers, and students and teachers. Please put the brakes on this proposed restructuring and consider why the current program chair model is working in the SED department. Thank thanks to the county knowledgeable and tireless efforts of Lindsay Kirby. I have one that I don't think we read, but this is from John Schultz. One of my favorite quotes is from the Vice President Joe Biden in 2018.
I'm sorry. Hang on, yeah, let me step in one sec.
It was two just alike.
Yeah, I think they're.
Greg, one of them.
Yeah, Spanish, and it sounds like this is the same comment maybe from one person.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you.
Are there any other people present who would like to make public comment this evening? I mean, just to manage people's expectations, because I heard a lot in the public comments, reflecting a belief that we are voting on this tonight. This is not up for a vote tonight, it is up only for discussion. So certainly we welcome those who want to wait to hear the discussion, but this is not an action item, so no action would actually be taken this evening. All right, thank you, everyone. We have now approval of minutes. So I move to approve the February 11, 2021 committee of the whole meeting minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so now we have a discussion that I am very much looking forward to. It is a discussion of the 2003 Learning Community Performance Staff Report. This report was a little bit dated at this point. However, I think a lot of the findings are still applicable, which is why we wanted to continue the conversation tonight and look at respectively where we were and where we are. Joining us this evening, we have Dr. Lincoln Chandler, who will be facilitating the conversation. And we have Dr. Spike, one of the original authors of the report, as well as Dr. Bailey, who are both present virtually.
I just want to add that this item is in compliance with strategic plan priorities 1, 2, 3, and 4, and Board of Education goal number 4. Dr. Chandler.
Thank you. Thank you, board, for taking this conversation and for inviting me to join.
Hold on, Dr. Chandler, 1 second. There's something that he also sent to be rejected on the screen. I believe it was sent to Ms. Carrington. Who's just in there? It is. Thank you. Sorry for that.
So thank you, board. Thank you for having me, and thank you for inviting this conversation. I was in touch with Dr. Spike. Do we know if he's
He's back. He was having some technical difficulties, but he is back.
Okay, excellent. So we're going to start by having Dr. Spike, who was one of the authors of this report, provide some reflections. But then we're going to move into some of the findings and recommendations for conversation. So without further ado, I will turn it over to Dr. Spike.
Dr. Spike, you're muted.
There we are.
There you go.
Yeah, I had to totally restart my computer a moment ago. It's nothing like Murphy's Law challenges there, but I'm back now. Thank you. To Superintendent and Board of the Whole, I apologize for not being there physically. I would want to have been. I'm a seriously senior citizen who has not had his first COVID vaccination, so I did not want to risk coming out in the public forum, but I'm going to tolerate this Zoom session. I detest the whole process. It feeds into my worst introverted aspects to try to talk and communicate through this kind of medium, but we'll do as we can. James Baldwin has observed in his time many years ago that these are dangerous times, and they are dangerous times indeed. We are in a period where the voices of Black lives and Black Minds Matter are colliding with the resurgence of white supremacists and white opportunists populism. We have many challenges that we face in trying to navigate this educational terrain that we all work in, and I am appreciative of the opportunity to talk about something quite old for me, but which seems to have some currency for at least some of you. Certainly, I'm struggling to appreciate both the intention and the intentionality that brings us together to talk about this. It seems to have been a long time coming. And certainly I have been perhaps rather cheeky in asking for a privileged opportunity to speak with some amount of focused comments so early in this evening's agenda, perhaps already late now. My goal here is to speak the truth to erstwhile powerful forces in the educational world of Oak Park and River Forest, and to look back in a way that helps us to find a way going forward. I feel I'm uniquely positioned to bring to this discussion some important insights and perspectives, which is what motivates me to ask for a few minutes. I'm going to try to focus my time. I've got a set of notes that I'm going to try to use to guide me in honoring a request for about 10 minutes. My wife and I and children moved to the Oak Park River Forest community back in 1987, motivated by a desire to benefit, we thought then, from the quality educational opportunities that Oak Park River Forest community afforded. When I moved here, I was an experienced technical manager, a research scientist, and a university educator. I'm talking about 1987. My wife and I were immediately immersed in trying to guarantee our access to quality education for our children in Oak Park. My wife was a co-founder, ultimately, of an organization called APPLE, came to be called APPLE, African American Parents for Purposeful Leadership in Education. And I also ultimately got involved in that same organization as it was being birthed in the late 80s, early 90s. In 93, 94, I was chair and the statistician of a powerful 10-member discipline study team, which established definitively that there was and is a discipline gap in terms of behavioral consequences at Oak Park River Forest High School. That team involved about 10 members, including Gerald Clay, who was a co-founder of Apple, and Jocelyn Simmons, who was the leader of the NAACP at the time, very powerful activist in the Oak Park River Forest community, 93, 94, when that study team made it clear that there was an achievement gap around discipline and a discipline gap itself. In 97, 98, I was president of Apple itself and continued to be involved in trying to advance the issues of African-American parents at Oak Park River Forest High School. In 2003, I became, 2001 to 2003, I became a member of the African-American Achievement Study Team, which ultimately gave rise to the Learning Community Performance Gap of 2003. In 2004 to about 2009, I was what was called an institutional researcher at Oak Park River Forest High School, hired as a part-time member of staff. This is, you probably can't see that very well, what would have been a kind of business card, Carl Spike, PhD, institutional researcher, that I used when I was a member of that part-time staff for various MSAN meetings. That was 2004 to about 2009. In that time, I was involved in trying to advance many of the recommendations, implementation of many of the recommendations of the 2003 Learning Community Performance Gap Report. I was also tutoring who was then Director of Instruction, Phil Prell, who ultimately became Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum Instruction, Phil Prell. I was tutoring him in action research and in how to implement information-based differential evaluation and improvement processes and programs. I ultimately terminated my involvement at Oak Park River Forest High School in 2009 when I became extremely frustrated with the then superintendent and his management style. And since 2009, I have self-described myself as sitting up in the high bleachers, observing the stumbling efforts at Oak Park River Forest High School to attack both the discipline system gaps and the achievement gap. As I saw boards come and go, administrators come and go, and superintendents come and go. My observation is that Oak Park and River Forest communities have been sadly and disturbingly, how can we say it, capable of making disastrous choices in board members, in superintendents, and in administrators chosen by superintendents and affirmed by boards. Of course, all present company accepted. These choices have been a part of the problem of why so little progress has been made at Oak Park River Forest High School in the discipline gap and in the achievement gap. The 2003 report, to my eye, is quite dated, but it remains salient in many of its aspects, but certainly quite dated. It is a difficult and cold read now in 2021, the 2003 report. It's a gumbo that was best served warm, and now, of course, it is quite cold, 2021 compared to the 2003 date when it was released to the public. That report was a document that spoke with passion and wisdom and professionalism and intellectual brilliance from its 8 members. But it's also a document that talked the language of Wade Boykin triple quandary and talked the language of William Cross, Black racial identity attitude scales, BRIAS, and so on. You talked the language of what then would have been the legacies of Black cultural nationalist thinking about Black identity. So this is a document that is quite dated, but it has some salient aspects, and those I want to focus. But before I do it, however, I want to spend just a moment or so to do something perhaps unexpected, and that is to recommend a more current document, in this case, a book. I'm going to try to represent it there. It's a book authored by Amanda Lewis and John Diamond. The title of the book, Despite the Best Intentions, How Racial Inequality Thrives in Good Schools. Much of the insights of our 2003 document are captured in a book, in this case, about 10 years later, published around 2015, which has a much better narrative form, a much greater readability, much more current in its language, and it has some powerful insights. Actually, it affirms and reinforces and perhaps better articulates the many points that we made in the 2003 document. And I'm speaking now with some authority about the 2003 document since I was there and was a part of the process of the 2003 document. This book should be something that new board members ought be required to read in context and in association perhaps with the 2003 document because of its power. In chapters 1 and 2 of the book, it introduces the concept of operational organizational routines and this notion of an ostensive and a performative aspects to those routines that gives rise to the great difficulty of attacking achievement gaps, be they in schools or elsewhere, that are racialized by our currently lived experience in the US. This book is powerful in that regard. In chapter 3, it talks about, I'll choose to read for a moment its title. The road to detention is paved with good intentions, race and discipline, in this case at Riverview. Riverview is a community talks about in the book that is very much like Oak Park River Forest in terms of the community. The road to detention is paved with good intention, chapter 3. Chapter 4, the title of that chapter, it's like two high schools, race, tracking, and performance expectations, chapter 4. Chapter 5, it talks about opportunity hoarding, creating and maintaining racial advantage. This book is a powerful affirmation of what we tried to say in our 2003 report, but it's much more current in this voicing. John Diamond is member of faculty at University of Wisconsin-Madison, and Amanda Lewis, the co-author of the book, is currently at UIC, and in that sense is opportunity. There's an opportunity in terms of their availability. John Diamond has a YouTube video easily available called Race Performance Expectations and Opportunity Hoarding, which gives you some quick access to the book if you want to approach it from a somewhat different learning style. So I'm recommending the book as a way to affirm, to explicate, to better articulate perhaps much of what we tried to say in the 2003 report. And I know that's probably somewhat unexpected in terms of this conversation. To return to the report, however, there's something that is quite singular in my mind that is worth emphasizing. And so I'm going to read one of the findings of the report, literally as it reads in the report itself. It says, quote, "There is a systemic learning community performance gap at Oak Park and River Forest High School. The learning community performance gap suggests that two communities exist at the high school. One for white students that place them at academic promise, and one for African American students that place them at academic risk. The learning community performance gap is further exacerbated by differential outcomes." That observation continues. The learning community performance gap is further exacerbated by differential outcomes in the success rates for African Americans and white students in accelerated and honors courses. Two schools in one placing students at academic promise, the other placing our students at academic risk, in particular in accelerated and in honors courses. So I'm going to finish my comments by affirming something that I see underway at the high school after having been away for so long, sitting in the high bleachers looking at stumbling efforts up to this point. The flag of equity at Oak Park River Forest High School has been in 2021 squarely placed in the arena of detracking the freshman curriculum and in the battle of implementation that has been engaged in that detracking. In my view, this is precisely the battle to be fought at this time in this fierce urgency of now. The good news is that you have undoubtedly a impassioned, a skillful, and properly placed administrator set on the task, Greg Johnson and Laurie Fiorenzo, there we are, Fiorenza, there we are. Laurie Fiorenza and Greg Johnson are exemplary administrators for the task at hand. And so I end up and beg the question, can a board be preserved and elected? And can a superintendent be found in 2021 with the skills and the courage to create and stay the course of institutional investments in the critically needed evidence-based action research that will be required for the success of this initiative, the detracking of the freshman curriculum? Can a board be preserved and a superintendent be found in 21 with the courage and the skills? I give back whatever time I might have had for comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Spike. Dr. Chandler?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Spike, for bringing us from there to here, and also for mentioning what I think are always going to be some good next steps. So for the balance of our time here, for the sake of the folks unfamiliar with the document, I've prepared some summaries grouped into 3 areas. We're going to talk about major findings from the report. We're also going to talk about some barriers to the success of previous past interventions. And we're also going to provide a summary of the recommendations for comment by the board. And just for the sake of time, I'm going to ask that after I summarize, that we limit our responses to a couple of minutes, just so we can kind of keep things moving. Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, so in summary, the major findings asserted this notion that Black and white OPRS students experience separate learning communities during their time. There were quantitative findings, namely that Black students in non-honors classes are less likely to receive A's or B's. Black students scored lower on standardized tests. Among seniors with comparable honors enrollment and test performance, white students had more A's and B's in those honors courses. Over time, white students were showing growth in their cumulative GPA, whereas Black students were showing virtually no GPA growth. The correlation between the cumulative GPA and standardized test scores, it was higher for Black students. There was a Black-white GPA gap within OPRF students from this major feeder districts, District 97 and District 90. However, overall, District 90 alums had higher average GPAs and a smaller gap between Black students and white students. And over a 3-year period, it was observed that the pattern and frequency of disciplinary infractions remained constant for both Black and white students. Some of the major qualitative findings were the notion of, they found that Black students who were able to successfully internalize and negotiate what was called a triple quandary of white, minority, and cultural norms tended to have higher GPAs. However, even for those Black students with higher GPAs, there was still a learning community performance gap compared to white students. By successful negotiation, it implied an awareness of external perceptions of Black students, so they were aware of how they would be perceived, and also supported by strategies from family and community to manage and cope, frankly, with those perceptions. Black students who did not successfully negotiate that triple quandary tended to have lower GPA and more disciplinary actions for being disruptive or defiant. It was also found that Black students were found, quote, less likely to feel safe and happy about school and classroom environments, and also, quote, less likely to feel happy about their teachers. And finally was the point that Dr. Spike left us with, saying that the gap was seen to be systemic, and it did suggest the existence of 2 communities coexisting in OPRF, one for white students that placed them in academic promise, and one for Black students that placed them in academic risks. So those major findings, as we've said, some of them seem to remain relevant and persist to this day, and they currently inform several current board initiatives, such as CCB and the recent work with racial equity. So I'm asking the board for feedback on what were your takeaways from this analysis, and where have you seen progress?
Thank you, Dr. Chandler. Who would like to begin? I mean, I will, but is there anybody else who would like
I'll
to
just,
go
I'll
first?
just speak briefly.
Okay.
One thing that caught my eye, that I think still persists, is great inflation for the higher honor students. And later in the agenda, we're going to be talking to some degree about just evaluating some of the things around calculating GPAs, how many honors classes should be counted towards in the weighted GPA. And so I think that, yeah, it's set up in a way where, you know, those already on the upper end of the academic ladder coming in, at least perception, that's part of it. And I did get data, I asked for, they before the data that showed since 2003, this persistent gap of about 1 point, 3/4 of a point to 1 point, you know, between white students and black students. And so, you know, it's interesting in this COVID year too, colleges already were on the track of not requiring SATs, but even this year, especially with all that's been going on, disruption to students, and not having SAT be required. I know it's certainly, so anyway, so that trend towards standardized testing, questioning of the biases inherent in it, I think is really important to consider. So, so that's one brief thing that came to my mind, and I hope that we can think about it in a holistic manner, not just as it relates to this gap, but also this overall, you know, in terms of just the equity in your school. So that's all for now. I can hear me through the minutes.
Thank you. Other board members?
Hey, Sarah, can you hear me?
Yeah, please just speak up because I can't see everyone at once, so.
All right, it's Tom. I can't see myself, but I just want to make sure I'm being heard, that's all. Okay, so I want to go back, you know, Dr. Chandler, you asked a question. Dr. Spite asked a question, why now? Okay, so I want to kind of provide my perspective to bridge some of the gaps and answer the questions I've heard. One is, you know, we've done as a board a number of, I would say, shared learning experiences on books. I appreciate your recommendation of the book. It's one that I know I read earlier in my career on the board. So it certainly sounds like it was a good read. But in terms of, you know, why now? We've been, you know, talking about race in a variety of ways, but how can we make it actionable? And here we have right in front of us, you know, work product that was done thanks to the efforts of you and others who that really, you know, unbundled and outlined a number of things. And why not look at what we're, you know, at our own work versus go outside? And so with the hope of making it actionable. There was recently a request to even look at another consultant to do this and that. And, you know, I don't believe we need to look at another consultant to give us another set of perspectives. I think we have a lot of information right here at our fingertips. And so I'm looking forward to unbundling and hearing what have we done, you know, that was outlined, I guess, 18 years ago. I mean, it certainly is frustrating or whatever to think that you've got a study that was done that reflected back 25 years, and now we're reflecting back 18 years. So the decades go by quickly. So what has been done versus what was recommended? I want to broach that in two different perspectives. One issue that often comes up is resources. And so I've done some, you know, digging in resources, and our district has not been shy on the resource front. We have, since 2003, we have, as a district, we have spent significant money, more than what CPI exists, and there's data there. So it's not that we haven't, you know, ponied up for resources, but the question is, are the resources we're using delivering results that we need. And, based on the fact that we're having this discussion today, tells me the answer is no. Okay, that the resources that we've used have not achieved the results we want. And so I really appreciate the question there of what are the measures and what is the progress on the specific initiatives. I know with discipline, with curriculum, you've got some action, which is the first time, it's recent. During my tenure on the board, to me, that's some positive steps forward, but those are just two of the many things that were outlined. So I'm going to just stop there and allow others to chime in.
I'll chime in, Sarah. Thank you, Dr. Spite and Dr. Bailey for hanging in there with us and allowing us to have this discussion. And I appreciate your honesty about the frustration of why now and also what happened. And your perspective, just the context is helpful. It raises, unfortunately, or maybe fortunately for me, a lot more questions than solutions. But I'm always struck by with the recommendations, and Dr. Spite, you and I have talked about this, the whole idea of impact and how we're talking about goals, but also how we're measuring our impact, and that being at the level of when we can, that's reflected in our students, whether it is academic, social, emotional, however we're talking about it. And I think the last bullet on the slide that you had up before, Lincoln, that talked about, we're having a process for reflecting on initiatives and deciding when they are plans for reflection and judgment of effectiveness. And that's something I think that it would be helpful to hear the perspective, Lincoln, yours, as well as our other kind of data and evaluation folks, and certainly Carl, you and George, because that's where I think some of my frustrations come in. How are we deciding what is working and what's not? And if it's not working, what do we do to either course correct or to justify the elimination or continuation? And I think we heard a little bit of that, perhaps tonight, even with public comment. Not to say that decisions that are or recommendations that are made aren't necessary, but are we using a rubric or a standard that eliminates the kind of subjective nature that can happen? And I think about that, just reflecting on my children's time at the high school, particularly my oldest, and the Project Scholar was here during his time. He was actually one of the mentors during that program. And the clustering that was done, which has been evidence-based and was resurrected, quasi-resurrected, I'll say, a couple of years ago, but there's no real answer. And I remember Steve Gevinson, my first term on the board, asking, what happened to Project Scholar and why did we stop that? That was a great program, and we can't find out any information. So as you know, I appreciate your humility about this being dated, and perhaps there are other resources, but I think for our community, we're still talking about these same issues, and digging deeper into some of your recommendations that have to do with things like grades and getting the perspective of some of the qualitative aspects of why classroom experiences are different are things that we've struggled with. We have hypotheses on, and sometimes we develop programs, but I'm not sure we are gathering information and how to gather that information on how we address those issues that deal directly with race, racism, bias, and, that two schools and that happiness factor that you talk about. So those are some of the takeaways that I have.
I'll jump in if no one else wants to. Is that okay?
Yes.
Just want to make sure, when you do this virtual stuff, you don't know whose hand is actually up. So I do want to thank Dr. Spike, Dr. Bailey. Look, I good news, bad news. Because I always want to try to find some good news along with the bad news. The bad news, and I think you did a really good job of identifying it in your report, and I think there's no reason to think it has gone away, is your report really showed the textbook definition of structural racism. And I think one of the findings that really demonstrated that beyond any doubt was the relative change in GPA over time, white African American. That is damning. That clearly shows that a specific group of students were singled out for disadvantage. There's no question. I also appreciate the fact that and there's other things in your finding, but that to me is like one of the compelling things I look for when I research a system. You pointed out that initiatives thus far have suffered from a number of flaws, lack of evidence base, lack of identified metrics to accomplish from an outcome standpoint, lack of appropriate ways to monitor them. I think the good news is our board is taking a step towards implementing policies at the board level that would require any proposal put forward by the administration to address these racial inequities be evidence-based, have identifiable metrics, and be reported back at regular intervals to the board so we could evaluate them against these metrics to determine whether a course correction is needed. So those flaws in implementation, we are trying to address with policy right here, right now. And so I appreciate the fact that you highlighted that. I agree, it's awful hard to change a system unless you're taking a research-based approach. I think the one area where we certainly need more information, and in my mind, this is the role of an equity audit or a racism audit. We've identified with the data a compelling case that structural racism does in fact exist in our school. What we haven't been able to do, I think, to this date, is isolate the specific barriers and practices that we are engaged in that keep reinforcing and perpetuating this structural racism. And I think identification of those specific barriers, as well as identification of the practices, is crucial in identifying the appropriate evidence-based remedies to be implemented. So I think, to my mind, we've done a really good job of identifying the problem and identifying why our responses to the problem to date have not been as effective as we would like. I think the missing piece is, well, there's two missing pieces in my mind. Number one is that now that we know that the structural racism is there and there's no question about that, let's really do what it takes to identify the specific practices that have contributed to those. One of those we have identified, and I appreciate your support for the detracking initiative. I think that's a very important initiative, but we need to identify all the other barriers and all the other practices. And then I think we need to have, call it a logic model, call it a comprehensive plan from beginning to end. Once we've identified these practices that have perpetuated a structurally racist system over time, then we need to create a priority list for which of those practices we're going to eliminate first, in which areas and why. If we don't have the resources to do it all at once, although I'd prefer to do it all at once, we may not be able to do that. It's a lot of change. but those that have the biggest bang for our buck should certainly be done first. But I would like to see the comprehensive plan, from an instruction or pedagogy standpoint. Here are the barriers we've identified. From a cultural standpoint, here are the barriers we've identified, and here are the remedies, and here are the remedies to each of the main areas of the school, so that we have a structured approach to implementing these evidence-based responses to addressing the very clear structural racism. So while your report may be somewhat dated in language and stuff, I really think the essence of it is still gets to the heart of the essence of the problems we've been experiencing. And I think that the focus on the best practice in remedying these problems, following those evidence-based approaches with appropriate metrics in place, with appropriate oversight in place, and with a clear identification of which practices are the most problematic practices, I think will finally move OPRF in the right direction, so that we are what we want to be, which is a school that provides every student the opportunity to attain to the extent of her or his abilities, irrespective of their innate characteristics. So thank you.
Thank you, Ralph. Gina or Craig?
I'll jump in. There are a couple of things that Ralph said that I definitely agreed with. So thanks, Ralph, for hitting some of those points. I think that first, thank you, Dr. Bailey and Dr. Spite, for being here. In reading your report, what stood out for me was how it's the same report, how the information is the same information that we have now. It was exactly the reason, like Tom said, that I was like, we don't need an audit because we have the information and we have it historically. And you came here tonight to show us again that we have it historically. So I agree. I agree with what Ralph was saying about we need to have this, the practices, right? What are the practices that are going to actually change outcomes? And this is, what are the adult practices, right? One thing you can see in the change of the language from then to now is we do have a lot more focus on, well, it's not the students that are problematic, it's the adults, right? And there was a lot of that in your report too, which I was really appreciative of. And I feel like one of the things that we miss and that we have missed and continue to miss is that the practices are embedded in a psychology, in a belief system, in beliefs and behaviors that come from an undergirding of a white supremacy culture ideology. And I don't think that we attack that in the ways that we could in a systemic way. And I think that in order for us to attack those in a more systemic way, it has to be to acknowledge them as norms in our spaces. We don't acknowledge them as norms in our spaces. We have not, as a board, acknowledged the norm of white supremacy culture and how it shows up as a board for us, right? So there's a need for us to unpack it in ways that we haven't, but now what I find interesting in looking at the 2003 and then now is that the language that we have to begin to unpack it is a little bit more widely used, or beginning to be conversations that are had, like the reference that you made, Dr. Spite, to the book, Despite the Best Intentions, right? So we've got this information that really mirrors what your report said. And how do we make our spaces amenable for the educators in them to say, wow, that whole practice is based on the idea of branded inferiority of Black and Brown students. Like that's the conversation we're not having. Like looking at our practices in that way, wow, that entire practice is set up from this idea of branded inferiority. Now, if we don't start to attack that, we're still going to keep doing the same things over and over again, which we've been doing we keep doing it. And so I'm hoping, what I was what I was actually excited about with this report coming, and thank you, Tom, for bringing it up, and for, I really appreciate the earnestness with which our board has said, let's do this. Let's look at this. There's a whole report here that was done. Let's look at this. Let's bring the folks back who actually did the report. Like, I'm so grateful that you all are still here and willing to be here in this conversation with us. Because it just affirms that what we have done has been minimal. What we have done, wherever it fell off for whatever reason, whatever leadership spaces, and as we move into bringing in a new superintendent, I felt that your question of who is this board and is whoever we bring in really ready to do that unpacking? And are all of the leaders in our system really ready to do that unpacking? Because it's going to require a lot on the part of the union. It's going to require a lot on the part of our leadership. It's going to require a lot on the part of our security, our TAs, every single educator in the building. Every single person that works in our building is going to need to be a part of it. So, and engaged in the work, engaged in the personal unpacking, as well as the constant and nonstop interrogation of what we're doing. We don't have a choice but to do that. And your report outlined it in a number of ways. Our racial equity policy outlines what needs to be done in a number of ways. And now it's a matter of doing it. So I was thinking in the CCB meeting that we just had, and I'll wrap up with this because I know I'm on a rant now. And none of us want to be here until midnight, I think.
Gina, we lost your audio.
Lost my audio?
Yeah.
Is it back?
Now we got you back. Yeah.
Okay, good, because yeah. Okay, so the last thing I want to close with is about CCB from our meeting last night. And we went over the behavior education plan, and we actually finally got a report that sounds like we're going to begin to make some moves in a direction that allows us to do things differently. Based on, us having a trauma intervention coordinator, the systemic approach that the administration has done with the staff that presented to us last night. And I really do hope that presentation makes its way to the board, because that was what we've been looking for. It's a start, really solid start. So I think that it's now action time. It's 18 years later of action time. It's 25 years later of action time. It's 30 years later of action time. When I graduated, the same thing, right? So we're here, and now we need leaders that are really going to call it all to task and say, yes, absolutely. This is what we're doing. It's going to be hard. It's going to be extremely uncomfortable. There are going to be numerous people in our community who actually don't like it. Let's be clear. That's coming. That actually do not like it. They've already made it clear. There are a number of people who find detracking very problematic. And the next stages of what we have to do are going to be problematic and uncomfortable as well. And we can't back away from it now. We have to go all in. So thank you, and thank you, and thank you. And I'm so, so glad that you all did the work that you did, so we could go back to it and say, oh, we still got work to do. So thank you. I really appreciate you all being here tonight.
Yeah.
I'm not going to add anything. I think my board colleagues have said everything that comes to mind for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Bailey and Dr. Swett, I want to thank you both for being here this evening. It's been
I'm sorry,
years.
Sarah, could we let Dr. Bailey, I think he wanted to weigh in.
Oh, of course. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one point. The point that I wanted to make is one that I've been talking about repeatedly towards being redundant. And it's if you have these resources and been sort of generous with them, I think you need to articulate something about the resources. One, I don't know if you have a line item for the kind of research that it's going to, evidence-based research. If you don't have a line item for it, a dedicated line item, I think that's one way to keep the focus on it, along with when the new superintendent comes in, how do you keep that superintendent on track? And because I've lived in Oak Park 30 years, and in some schools, when a new superintendent comes in, a program that existed goes away, and all of the research that's been collected goes away. Lastly, I think that sometimes rationality gets you in the weeds, and it's highly overrated. So I believe in research-based mishmash, but I also believe that you have to spice it up with some intuition. For example, we know that a lot of parents in affluent neighborhoods think that equity means that we're going to dumb down the curriculum at this high school. We know that, and you can't talk about that rationally or authoritatively. Like sometimes you have to get down to where people are, and it means going down in that hole with them, in the dark with them, and asking them to go down to that hole with us, because it's a hole we're in, and we need to go down to that hole together. So anyway, that's my figurative language about that. Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity of being here.
I know we're really happy that you were willing to join us this evening. Just to sum it up, so my colleagues, I think, have said pretty much everything that needs to be said. But one of the pieces that did stand out for me was the need to have greater articulation between 90 and 97, and to start working at this systemically, right, across all districts. Certainly, if we try to go it alone, which is the historical model, it's not working. So I would really like to use this as an impetus for more, not finger pointing, but like true collaboration across the districts.
Sarah, I just want to know what's next, because one of the things that I've struggled with, and my time here is winding down, so it probably will not include me, but you know, I echo the comments about we have all the ingredients that we need to make decisions and to understand, but we have to be willing to name. But, you know, as a board, as policy, as, you know, direction and leadership, I will be uncomfortable if this becomes a discussion and then we move on. And I'm getting a little concerned even right now that we're, you know, even I did, you know, thank you so much, as though, wow, now our eyes are open. I've been talking about this report since I read it. I have, you know, the experience of our Black students at this school in particular. You know, Gina just talked about it, you know, graduating, I don't know how many years, when she graduated 10 years ago, and now it is, you know, there has not been our Black students and our Black families are talking about the same things. And so I'm hoping that we can figure out what's next at the board level to continue the conversations that need to be had around, as you know, Dr. Bailey just said, getting down in that hole and figuring out how we have these tough conversations and committing to some process that allows that to happen, and that we are steadfast, because taking our eye off even for a second, or, you know, we lose our conviction when there's noise from those that think equity means, wait a minute, where's my piece of pie? And that's not what we're talking about. So I just would like us to think about that, how we ensured that we didn't have Dr. Bailey and Dr. Spite and Dr. Chandler wait 90 minutes to have this discussion, and then we move on without truly digging in, because it's too vital. We've been talking about this too long. We've been talking about, I know the 8 years I've been on the board, we've been talking about the need for this. And We have the leadership where we're getting traction, but as a board, how do we memorialize and put in place policies that show the type of courage that's needed to be steadfast? So I wanted to put that out there. I don't want us to lose this moment.
Yeah, thank
Can I
you.
add something to that, Jackie? Because I think that one of the important pieces also is the education of our community and us being engaged and involved with our community in this. Like Sarah said about the matriculation between 90 and 97 and us, like looking at the overall system as we are like with collaborative for early childhood education. But there is a level of our community engagement and education that is required as well. And maybe just because I'm an educator and I'm accustomed to being in spaces that, folks have to be, that we do some educating, I think that that's going to be a critical piece. So I just thank you, Jackie, for saying that. I wanted to add that like our collective community conversation is going to be critical.
See, could I make a comment that for me is important to put on the table? I don't know, am I muted or not? Let's see.
No, I can hear you.
No, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
I want to emphasize from a perspective of somebody who's been involved in this since the late 80s, in this struggle since the late 80s, how much of an Archimedean lever is represented by detracking the freshman class, this initiative that is still being worked out and still being articulated. It's worth Oak Park River Forest High School throwing all of its energy and all of its intellectual imagination into this struggle to be successful at that. You'll see that in the process of succeeding at detracking, that is providing an expanded opportunity for all students, best things that are best for all students in the freshman year, you will uncover and uncloak many of the problems that has for decades now blocked any progress at all in either achievement or in discipline. The detracking process, that whole struggle, the justification of it, the allocation of resources, the imagining of how to do it effectively is worth every energy that if you're talking about where you go forward, you should stay the course. You started a course. You should stay that course. You will find, if you've read at all, despite the best intentions in chapters 1 and 2, you'll see just how powerfully uncloaking it will be for the freshman curriculum to be detracked, right? So I'm advocating, if I can make any advocacy at all, that you stay the course and you throw all of your energies into that. You will solve many of the problems that has befuddled decades of administrators, decades of superintendents, decades of board members, and decades of members of the community.
Thank you.
Thank you all for a very rich conversation. I just wanted to, share just one more thing, and just as a question, because I think you already got into some of these things. This notion of staying the course kind of takes shape in two different places. When we look before at the problems or the barriers to implementation, staying the course means being able to implement with fidelity, but then also as we looked at the recommendations, they call for institutional investments. And so given the inevitable transfer of district leadership, boards change, superintendents change, I want to leave you with thoughts on how do we begin to institutionalize our current efforts to close this gap.
One thing that I think about is, I know we really, a couple of years ago, one of the most, if not the most recurring discipline was tardiness and detentions, and failure to show for detentions, this crazy cycle that was really almost existential, or Jean-Paul Sartre play, right? This is nuts. And so I feel like there have been strides institutionally to minimize that and do away with some of that, because I feel like that just puts people and students behind the eight ball in a way that is just so unjust and can create such resentment and just ill feelings. And I know a year or two ago, there was this assessment or this statistical observation that Black students were much more likely to show up late for class even within the day. And there's how to grapple with that. And so that's, I think, where I heard mentioned earlier, Dr. Spider was referencing the different cultures and how it's, you know, at a meeting we had a few months ago where the meeting doesn't start until everyone gets there, right? It's versus so-and-so is late for the meeting. So to the degree that I think that we could as an institution just not be punitive in that regard. I think that's been a good one example. It's, I don't, you know, no means the only ingredient, but one example of making some progress in that regard. So we haven't had an opportunity for students to be late to class as much this year, which is unfortunate. I'm looking forward to a lot more potential part of this, but I just put that out there. And if anyone wants to build on that or correct me if I'm wrong in any regard, that just comes to mind. And one thing that's just I was thinking about too, in terms of tardiness of addressing this, the students graduating from this high school this year were born in 2003 by and large. And that was from this report. My kids were a couple of months away from being born. This was presented for a second. So that's just a heavy thing to think about of the generational, you know, situation. But I do feel like we need to celebrate these steps of progress as well. And I do feel like that's one where you know, maybe it was a little lying fruit, but we plucked it.
Others on the board, if anyone just wants to start talking, that's fine.
Let me throw something out. I didn't sort of speak in the first round, but I think one of the things that has always struck me here, and I think I hear some of our speakers talking about in an important way, which is, you know, I think a lot of times we try to do everything. We try to do 20 programs or 30 programs. And yes, the issues are big, but what we don't do is take detracting. We don't pick that and implement it with real fidelity and real change and real deep conversations. None of us have the bandwidth to do that 30 times or 30 different programs. We have the bandwidth to do that in 1 or 2 or 3, but 3 programs that really drive change. And sort of reflecting on what Jackie said, you know, where do we leave this, or what do we do? I don't think it's about, you know, commitment to change. I think this board has a ton of commitment, you know, to stay the course and do it. But what we have to have is real focus. And you know, yes, we're very inclusive, and yes, we're going to have conversations with everybody in the community about some of these issues. But in the end, you know, we have to change it, and we have to pick those things, the battles that we have to.
Great. Anyone else want to jump in?
I just want to leave one other pathway to a real deep and authentic and terrible and wonderful discussion about this. And you know, most of America is about who are the makers and who are the takers, right? Who makes the stuff and who takes the stuff. Our kids are seen as takers. Our kids' parents are seen as takers by the supremacist culture in our country. So, like, we need to irrigate that. We need to interrogate that to the max, because if you're viewed as a taker, you're not respected. There's no one to listen to you. So you can talk all the positivistic, rational, logical, authoritarian stuff, but if you're viewing them from your high ground as a maker, oh, they're coming to get my stuff. So I just think that even kids could talk about that.
Diamond calls it opportunity hoarding, right?
Board members, anyone want to jump in?
I'll just add that I concur, and the stay the course, Dr. Spike, that you said earlier is truly, maybe we should emblazon that on t-shirts and read it before we start all of our decision making, because I continue to be struck by how it's when things seem to feel as though it's not fair from a certain perspective. And Dr. Bailey, you more directly talked about that. And, you know, I think a couple of examples of that are in the report. And this is just anecdotal from my own experiences, but I can tell you that, you know, Project Scholar and the clustering of students that was happening stopped, not because it wasn't working, but because it was working. And then families with privilege who had other resources and didn't wanted the same things for their kids, not because it was needed, but they, you know, it was viewed as, well, this is successful. My child should have individual time and those types of things, and discounting that there's so many spaces and my, you know, children as well, spaces for my children where they do have that access to tutors and, you know, those types of needs. So it wasn't being looked at that way. And then with the clustering it was here for my oldest son. And then, you know, by the time my second son and then my daughters were here, I said, well, wait, what do you mean? What happened? And off the record conversations with folks that no longer in the district, but saying a lot of teachers and parents didn't like the fact that they had all white classes. That's not what what Oak Park is supposed to be about. It's about diversity. So it wasn't about what's best for our students, but we went back to the sprinkle method of each class having one or two Black students that, you know, in AP and honors classes, so that it felt diverse, not was diverse, but felt diverse. And so those are the kind of the emotional aspects of this that kind of stick to the heart of bias and that trauma that we inflict on our students, that they are the onlys, but it is for the broader system to feel better. And that from my, you know, vantage point, and it's really why I'm on the board, that's not what educating students is about. It's not to make adults feel better or a community pat itself on the back. So that's the hard work of, are we doing right by our students? And I just continue to think that we have examples, and we have to be honest in reflecting on those and name the issues that have to do with bias, racism, privilege, you know, hoarding of resources, all of those things, and stay the course.
Other board members?
Stay the course indeed, Jackie. The high school has its hands on an Archimedean lever. Stay the course, use it. Use it. Find the courage, use it. Find the intelligence, use it. Find the heart, use it. You have your hands on an Archimedean lever. It will uncloak all of those systemic problems. That lever, that's the one.
And we see it already. Because as soon as we started it, all of the opposition that rose up was clearly like, oh, hey. So I'm so grateful, Dr. Spite and Dr. Bailey and Dr. Chandler, for the ways that we can continue to move this work forward, and for you bringing your wisdom to our group today.
Yeah, I want to say thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And I add one more thing too, because Rashida Graham-Washington, she mentioned something to us in our session about, and Dr. Bailey, you referenced it also, was that the takers, right? And the idea and the notion that what we bring to what our Black and brown students, what our Black leaders, what we bring versus what we take, and how much more enriched we are when everyone is there, an acknowledgement of what we bring, right? What we actually contribute and the value of who we are and what we bring to it. So thank you for saying that also, Dr. Bailey. I just wanted to mention that because it was part of our other session too.
Thank you. All right, I need a nap now.
Okay, I just want to say that, you know, I thank you all for having this conversation. And, you know, given the extensive, given what I've heard, you know, I know that we have more to talk about. But I just would just close by saying, as we continue to do the work, you know, we should be thinking about, you know, what it truly takes to stay the course. The 2003 report tells us that this is not new to this district, and despite her best intentions, book tells us that we're not alone in these challenges. But staying the course seems to be necessary for us to make sure we can implement fidelity and that we can institutionalize our efforts. So if there's any next steps, I appreciate it.
Oh, Lincoln, I'll say Lincoln.
Yes.
I witnessed a recent League of Women Voters forum for the 6 board candidates for Oak Park Workforce District 200 high school board. I witnessed that forum, and all 6 candidates within 1 minute was able to get to some version of yes with respect to whether they supported the initiative for detracking the freshman class. All 6 quibbled in one way or another with some of the detailed wording, but within 1 minute, which is what they had to respond, yes or no, to supporting detracking, all 6 of them, to my eye and ear, said yes. That's good news. You have support in the new board, one way or another. That 6 candidates for the 4 positions open will be surely occupied by 4 candidates that all have said yes to supporting detracking. That's what I heard. That's what I saw.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much. This conversation is surely not over, but as the hour grows late, I think we will continue the work. Do you feel we're committed? I will just add this one little piece. So, you know, we've had these intensive focus groups and surveys in terms of the leadership profile for our new superintendent. And I was encouraged by how much of the community seemed to feel that equity was one of our most important initiatives. That gave me some hope and made me feel as though, you know, we're certainly on the right track and you're headed down a better path, hopefully for a better day. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I am so sorry, give me 1 second back for that. So we had 2 lost public comments that did not get read. And so forgive us, that is what we will do now. So Gail is going to read those for us.
The first one is from Fred Arkin. As a community member, I find it appalling that the restructuring of special education comes to staffing recommendations, and this is occurring absent any communication with faculty and staff. This is a foundational change that will have a significant impact on most vulnerable students that represent 20% of our enrollment. And change of this magnitude and construct must be vetted in public. Input needs to be obtained from all stakeholders, students and families, faculty and staff, the administration, institutional community partners, and the community at large. Survey research and comparable data needs to be outlined and presented. There needs to be an open, transparent process. Replacing 4 members of our faculty with 3 administrators without public discourse does not pass the smell test. I find it hard to believe that our current process is not compliant. However, there are multiple paths that can be taken to solve this problem, and the process that best suits our district must be transparent and inclusive for all. The next one is from Monica Sheehan. Our district performs best when issues and challenges are addressed by a collaboration of stakeholders, administration, and community. I point to racial and gender equity policies, revision of the student handbook, dress code, disciplinary procedures, restorative justice practices and ID policy, and Imagine. I call on the Board of Education to create a board committee inclusive of all stakeholders to take on this challenge, returning next year to the board with the evidence, research, equity evaluation, and multiple alternative solutions needed for the district to transparently resolve this challenge. I appreciate the opportunity to make a public comment this evening and respectfully request the District 200 board place an action item on this board's general meeting agenda on March 25th. The requested agenda item is a discussion and vote to fund and renovate now the 20 remaining classrooms placed on hold in Project 1. The total cost of the 20 classrooms is $1.4 million. District 200 has an extra $2 million due to the budget surplus resulting from the pandemic that would more than cover the cost of these classroom renovations. This $2 million is in addition to the $90 million that's sitting in the school's cash reserve and $20 million of it still earmarked for the future facility improvements in Project 2 with its 37 meter by 25 yard pool housed in a 600-seat auditorium. When the board approved this construction of Project 1 in December 2018, it was stated that it contained the school's priority academic and special education facility improvements. There's no logical reason to delay the renovation of this priority classrooms. As the school has the money and the cost of these academic facilities, improvements will only increase as construction costs rise 3 to 4% annually.
All right, thank you for indulging us.
Our next item under instruction is the 2021-2022 staffing recommendations. Making the presentation of this item is Dr. Roxanna Sanders, Assistant Superintendent of Resource, Mr. Greg Johnson, Associate Superintendent, Ms. Shalene Francois Blue, Executive Director of Special Education, and Mr. Christopher Payne, Director of Educational Technology. Each year in March, the administration provides our Board of Education with the staffing recommendations for each year. The staffing recommendations are grouped into 4 categories based upon the role of the position in each category plays in providing services to our students. They are instruction, which is classroom positions, instructional support, non-classroom positions, non-instructional support positions, and administration. At the conclusion of this presentation, it is recommended that the staffing recommendations move forward for approval at the March 25th Board of Education meeting. This item is in compliance with strategic plan. My mouse went crazy here. Strategic plan priorities 2, 3, and 4, and board goal 1. District policy 3:30 and 6:30.
Thank you, Dr. Boyd Adams. Each year in March, the administration presents to the Board of Education staffing recommendations for the next school year. They are expressed in full-time equivalency or FTE. Just as a reminder, for a teaching position, one FTE equals to teaching 5 periods. This memorandum represents recommendations based upon analysis of the student enrollment projections, course selections, as well as the thorough review of the existing staffing levels and proposals for new positions that were submitted to the executive cabinet. The staffing recommendations are grouped into 4 categories based on the role each of the positions plays in providing services to all the students. The first one is instructional or classroom positions. I will provide an overview for each of these categories, and then the rationale for new positions will be presented by Ms. Francois Blue and Mrs. Z. So for instructional classroom position, our current allocation of FTE is 222.1. After a thorough review of course proposals and sectioning, we determined
that there is a need for additional FTE in some positions, in some divisions, and other divisions were going down in their sections. The overall effect of that is a reduction of 0.9 FTE. Accordingly, we recommend a decrease overall instructional FTE by 0.9 for a total of 221.2 FTE. Instructional support or non-classroom instructional positions currently have an allocation of 51.3 FTE. The recommendation for the next school year is to eliminate 4 special education program chair positions and add one position to the faculty senate, which is a psychologist position. The net effect of decreasing instructional support FTE by 3.0. Next category is non-instructional support position. And this is the category that consists of classified professionals, building and grounds employees, food service employees, campus safety employees, and non-affiliated. So currently we have 94 classified professionals, 44 building and grounds employees, 30.5 food service FTE, 27.2 FTE in campus safety, and 45 non-affiliates. After the careful consideration of the staffing needs, we are recommending maintaining the existing staffing levels for all groups of non-instructional support employees, with the exception of classified professionals and non-affiliated. The changes that will be recommended here are based on attrition. So for instance, we will have 2 retirements in special education secretary positions. We are recommending replacing it with 1. Another recommendation is a reallocation of another classified position that becomes vacant due to retirement to the non-affiliate position of the associate web developer. So that's the summary for non-instructional support positions. And the last category is administrators and management. Administrators are individuals who are working under the professional educator license with an administrative endorsement. So currently we have the total FTE of 19.6 for administrators and then 13.0 FTE for management positions that do not require a professional educator license with an administrative endorsement. For the next school year, we are recommending the addition of 4 administrative position licensed positions, 3 in special education and 1 in instructional technology. The overall effect of the proposed changes in terms of financial impact will be total savings of over $200,000. We're estimating them to be $200,000 to $22,000. And now I'll turn it over to Ms. Francois Blue to talk about special education changes.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sanders, and thank you, board, and thank you, staff and parents for being here tonight. I want to lead into the recommendations for the special education staffing restructuring by saying the one thing that I know I come to work appreciating every day is the understanding that special education is beloved in Oak Park. I think one of the things that's evident tonight is that special education is at the cornerstone of what we do here at Oak Park in education. And it brings a lot of people together under not only times of celebration, but also times of solidarity and stress. I also want to make sure that I add that these are all things that attract me to special education in Oak Park. At the same time, I want to also say that I know that my time in Oak Park as a special education executive director has been short. I've also come to learn and assess by listening to not only my staff, but parents, students, and community members, that there are some things that we need to improve upon and do better. Part of that included me coming to learn that we are fragmented, imbalanced, and inequitable in our structure and practices, which greatly impacts our compliance with state and federal guidelines in special education. The same guidelines that govern how we serve our kids. The great thing is we have the ability to restructure this design to become one that reflects and communicates both internally and externally, a coherent and efficient system that is in compliance with both ISB and IDA guidelines. The recommendations being made today are not to displace, get rid of staff, devalue staff, or disrupt relationships. However, it is about compliance and policy integration and ensuring that every decision that we make is timely and does not disrupt and does not deny any of the services that we're obligated to provide to our diverse learners. It is also about equity and access for every diverse learner of Oak Park or River Forest High School. And when I say a coherent system, I mean the foundation of consistent coordinated components of an organizational structure that can be responsive to the needs of our staff, our colleagues, and most importantly, the kids that we serve day to day. That brings me into the recommendations that I'm making on behalf of the Division of Special Education on the staffing restructuring in the department. For the non-instructional recommendations Dr. Sanders has already read, I'm going to go into the recommendations of the role of program chair and the function of the role of program chair. Due to the evolving demands in special education, program chair positions are currently part of Faculty Senate bargaining agreement. They have been serving in the capacity of not having teaching responsibilities. These positions, however, do not have the supervisory or administrative authority to perform many tasks necessary to oversee special education programming. And when we say that, that means we've identified several challenges that have been brought to our attention from a compliance standpoint. We do not have the administrative authority in these, or the function of the roles to make the commitments of provision of resources and the ability to ensure that these services are set out in the IEP and be implemented. The function of the roles also are unable to assign, supervise, and evaluate their peers and handle sensitive personnel matters in the programs in which the positions chair. They do not also have the authority to communicate to families decisions about the allocation of fiscal resources as it relates to how students, not only the provision of special education resources will be fiscally funded, and also any disciplinary matters that require an administrative oversight. It also does not include, the function of the roles does not include the administrative authority to discuss discipline that is without any input from a district administrator. The other rationale and the recommendations for the restructuring of the function of the role of program chair positions also has to do with being able to make sure that we are not being at a standstill to make decisions when we are in IEP meetings, which goes to the role of the purpose of the elected representation. It does not mean that the people that are currently serving in the role are not doing an effective job. It does mean that we are obligated to ensure that we uphold I uphold the fiduciary responsibility of being in compliance. It is not something that I feel I should be putting the obligation on our parents or our staff to resolve. I do think that as you hire me as the executive director and to assess the needs of the department, I find that to be my responsibility. The recommendation is to ensure that we have 3 positions that have the administrative oversight that's needed at every stage in the special education process. One of the positions is a special education supervisor position, instructional. The position of special education supervisor is needed to provide additional administrative supervision and support with specific focus on the delivery of special education services in the district's instructional programs within the least restrictive environment. The special education supervisor instructional will be charged with supervising and evaluating assigned special education staff, implementing, maintaining, and evaluating services within established guidelines per IDEA and ISB special education rules and regulations. The second position is a special education supervisor off-campus in transition position. The position of special education supervisor in this role is needed to provide additional administrative supervision and support with specific focus on the provision of special education services and off-campus placement, as well as the coordination and case management of student transition back into district programming and services, of course, when deemed appropriate. The special education supervisor will be charged with supervising, evaluating assigned special education staff, and implementing and maintaining evaluating program services within the established guidelines of IDEA and ISD, special education rules and regulations. The third position is an IEP coordinator position. The position of the IEP coordinator is needed to provide oversight in the area of IEP compliance and facilitation of IEP meetings in alignment with ISD guidelines regarding the delivery of free and appropriate education services for students. The IEP coordinator will train and support IEP team members in developing, implementing, and monitoring IEP goals and individual education programs, including accommodations and supports. The position will coordinate and oversee IEP implementation executed by each case manager within the division. In addition to supervising IEP teams, the IEP coordinator will supervise the scheduling secretary and oversee developing and maintaining a yearly schedule of certain staffings that meet the special education timelines for IDEA. This also is the IEP coordinator, special education supervisor off-campus transition, and special education supervisor instructional. These positions are also being recommended to restructure the imbalanced workloads among the current positions that as they function right now. Or any questions?
Thank you. Dr. Perdomo, how do you suggest that we go about having this conversation since there are so many positions?
In the context, I think there's two more from Christopher saying. If you want, we could do it two ways. We could have Chris present his and then the board ask questions on the two, or we can do the questioning now on the special ed restructuring and then move to Christopher.
Board members, do you have a preference for which way to do it?
Can we start with the special ed restructuring?
Sure.
I have questions.
Yes, you know, I just
So my first question is, first, thank you for the information. My first question is, what were the metrics that were used to determine how this change was made? Was there were there some quantifying factors related to the amount of students, the amount of current administrators, and the amount of workload that the current administrators have that they could not, because what I'm hearing is it sounds as if the one aspect that is not doable by the current program chairs is the evaluatory piece. So I'm just curious what metrics were used for this determination.
Thank you. Some of them, there are a couple of different metrics that were used. One is the workload that you mentioned. Current structure is that there is a recognition of the imbalance in the workload amongst the current roles of program chairs. The number of meetings that they attend, the level of decision-making that they have to make currently at these meetings have often caused them to have to reschedule numerous meetings to ensure that there is a decision-making partnership. They are included on the provision of special education services. It also, the part of the metrics also includes just the day-to-day operations within the division and also within the roles that they carry, supporting teachers, but at being able to evaluate them, being able to address, not being able to address personnel matters and or student discipline matters, while also running IEP meetings. The other part that we're looking at is an accountability piece to our compliance with IDEA and ISB guidelines, which carries a significant amount of work and responsibility. And right now, the function of those roles as they stand right now, we do have the day-to-day data that tells us that sometimes we have to intervene in a way where we need to make sure that may not be a time where there may be a time where we need to intervene, where there's a delay in services, where there's a delay in decision making, where there may be an inability to make a decision at that time, requiring us to reschedule and redo meetings within the division. Those are some of the metrics that we're looking at right now that have been assessed over the years before I even got here. And also since I've been here this past 7-8 months.
Thank you. I have a follow-up to that because what I'm hearing is there's work that they're not able to do. But I'm curious, outside of the evaluatory piece, I know the LEA, so my experience with special ed, and I'm not a special ed teacher, but I am an EL, English language endorsed specialist. And so I've worked closely with our special ed and been part of many an IEP meeting. And in my experience, and have attended some LEA meetings as well. In my experience, those roles can be done. I have watched IEPs be changed in meetings without having to have an administrator approval based on the conversation of the team and the family, right? And the needs of the student and the specialists that are in that room. So I'm not clear on that piece of it. And then I'm also a little confused as to the pieces outside of evaluatory parts. I'm not sure the metric for needing to have three more administrators to do evaluation of these staff. Is there a certain number of staff per evaluation, certain number of administrators per evaluation? And then lastly, I'm curious why, or if actually, I have a wondering if the staff could not be trained in some of these areas that you're saying that they're not currently doing, versus hiring new administrators to do those roles. So it's just my experience is contrary to what you're saying, and I'm also not clear on why the folks that have those positions cannot be trained in those ways outside of the evaluatory piece, which makes sense inside that they cannot evaluate their own collective bargaining unit members. I get that. How many administrators are needed to do this evaluation? What kind of metrics were used to determine that you need 3? Or even if it's just going to be the 1, how many people are they evaluating that another current administrator could not be evaluating?
Mm-hmm. Thank you for those questions, Board Member Harris. The evaluation component is just one component. It's not all inclusive of the work that has to be done. The other part to the one thing that you mentioned, the training component. The training component and the decision-making that they're currently making is being done. We do have to make sure that we're in compliance with not disrupting any of the services that we provide to our students. That does happen because several times we do have to make sure that there is an a person of an administrative authority that can make sure that they can intervene and make the decisions that they may not be able to make. The other part is that the function of the role as it stands right now is not one as the program structure role to include the responsibilities that the roles that I just outlined that they can do as they stand right now. For example, an IEP coordinator who is monitoring the compliance of IEP goal development, progress monitoring, discipline, provision of special education services. They also have the administrative authority to go back and say that if a student was not provided those services or not, there was a disruption in those services, there's an accountability component that they have to have. And right now, is the positions of a program chair is in alignment with their teachers in the same collective bargaining agreement. They can't make those decisions. It puts them in a very precarious position in order to handle those decisions. So then we do have to step in. And given the fact that there are currently we have over 15%, almost 17% special education students. The number of meetings that we have to have every year, if it was just those one meetings as our annual review conferences or eligibility meetings, that would be it. But oftentimes we have to step in and reschedule meetings because we know that there are sensitive matters that we have to address. And those things become problematic because at that moment, we are stepping outside of our compliance with special education rules and regulations.
So is it possible for you to provide then for us how often that happens, that there's a need for someone to step in, what the metrics would be for that? How many meetings is this happening for? How many students is this happening for? I just feel like there's not enough it's not definitive enough to be warranted at this point to me, outside of the evaluation piece. So I would really want to see a lot more specificity. Thank you.
We can definitely provide that.
Any other comments or questions from board members?
Yes, Sarah?
Oh, I'm sorry, Roxanne?
I just wanted to provide a response to the evaluation piece, because the question was, what is the ratio? How many personnel are current administrators? Currently, we have 2 special education administrators. There are 60 licensed individuals in the division that they have to evaluate. That's 30 per piece. Plus, there are also non-certified positions, secretaries that these administrators evaluate. So it's.
I would just ask that members of the audience, now is not the time for interaction with the public. Roxanne?
Yeah, that was it. Thank you.
I have a, can I just go follow up to that one, Dr. Sanders?
Sure.
Thank you, Sarah. You said 60 people need to be evaluated?
Yes.
And is that 60 special education teachers, or are they 60 special, well, I'm not clear who those 60 people are. That other administrators,
Licensed individuals, so faculty members who operate under professional educator license. So that's teachers, we have psychologists, we have social workers, we have nurses. So they all fall under faculty members.
And there's no capacity for, who's evaluating these people now? The current administrators don't have the capacity to continue to evaluate these folks?
We can continue to evaluate the staff, that's not the problem. But one of the things that is, though, that the part of the problem is, we may not always be in that working within the classroom environment or observing that classroom environment during that time to see how instruction is provided, to see how students are performing. So we oftentimes definitely, as if we can, get to all of those teachers in a meaningful way. We do that, but it has been very difficult to do that because it pulls us away from other work that we have to make sure they're doing on behalf of supporting the students, supporting the staff, and adhering to the other administrative responsibilities that we have. I want to go back to one of the things that was said earlier today about making sure that this is not about just top-down decision-making. The compliance piece is not about checking off a list to tell us what we're doing wrong. It's also to tell us what we actually need to incorporate into our continuing services to better serve kids. It's not to highlight or punish anyone. It also, part of the conversation, just to go back to earlier comment that was made, that also includes making sure that we are seeing and engaging with our students and building those same relationships. And that means our feet are on the ground in the building, going from either classroom to classroom or engaging with students and addressing parent concerns as well.
So the program chairs don't currently do that?
That's not what I'm saying. But I was going back to the evaluation piece and making sure that that is meaningfully done and the attention that takes and the time that takes to get that done.
Yeah, so that's the metric I'm looking for there then. I'm trying to understand the amount of time, I need to know the numbers of how many evaluations, how many administrators. I feel like somehow I'm missing something. Something is missing in this for me. So thank you very much. I will stop now for real, because then let other people speak.
I think one of the questions tied to the number of evaluations also depends on where that teacher is on his or her cycle. So sometimes it entails several formative observations before the summative is done. So I just wanted to add that in, and I believe right now, all of the certified licensed individuals is done by Ms. Francois Blue and Ms. Dr. Dick. Does that help?
I still would like a little more specificity. Like I'd really like to see the breakdown on how many are evaluated and how many administrators are needed for that. As well as I'd like to see the issue that these positions are supposed to solve. I would like to know how many times is that occurring that warrants changing these positions.
Thank you. Matt, I feel like you were going to speak.
Yeah, Tom, you're on deck, Tom, okay? You're, if you don't mind. Okay, I'm before you off very quick. So Dr. Francois Blue, thank you for, explaining the rationale, and a lot of this is really very, there's so many aspects to this, and I heard a bunch, we all heard a bunch of those aspects tonight. I'm going to just ask a very big picture question, and this is something that was raised. Why not wait a year? Is the bottom line. What's the harm, especially since some of these things have been, not in compliance for years technically, but we've made it through as an institution, especially in light of all that we're all going through, particularly students and families of students. So what is the downside to holding off? And maybe this is the right decision to make, but maybe this is not the right time to make. So what's the reason?
Very good question. And I think it brings me back to the mentioning of data. Over the past years, 2020 has shown us that the data reflects a true impact on the mental health, social and emotional health, the academic progress, the academic engagement and attendance, the feeling of self-worth that school is doable, and the impact it has been having on not only our students and our families, but also on our staff. When you don't feel that you can be empowered to get an already tough job done, and you layer that or compound that with seeing your students in such a difficult place, it almost makes you feel powerless. And I see that. The other part of it is that special education and program development takes work. And we are in a place, and we do have a sense of urgency to build that continuum in programming and supportive infrastructure so that we can position and support our staff, serve our students, maintain compliance, and make sure we are responsive. When I think of why now, I think of preparedness. I think of support. I think of responsibility to make sure we can serve our kids after a pandemic. We don't know the true impact until our babies are in seats. And when they are in seats, we need to be able to respond. If we wait a year, we're saying 2021 didn't happen, and we cannot afford to do that.
Okay, thanks for that answer. What I don't know is, I heard pretty unanimous opposition from people who are on your staff and who are in the trenches day to day for years. And so that, to me, there's a compelling, even if you're right, and I don't presume to know, this is not, not my world at all. But I'm just concerned about all that I heard, that there's just there's so many concerns and so much stress happening that, so I'm just letting you know that's my struggle, is in terms of whether to approve this kind of request in a couple of weeks. I am not close to being there because of what I've heard. And I know, having covered meetings like this for a long time in my career, I know sometimes you hear a few people speak and there's thousands at home who are content, and so it's a skewed thing. But these this is different. in my view. So I need to hear more from you to be swayed to where you're coming from, is being transparent with me.
And I definitely can understand that. And I know that one thing that is definitely important is that change right now, I truly understand can be difficult. Because we're already dealing with being uncertain about each day what school will look like. I totally understand that. I also will say that anytime that you have a change where someone feels like this will be a loss, I understand what that means. I also at the same time understand what it means when I hear that this has been a problem for years. This has been going on since I got here. We've been going through this so long and so much. This is what we know. When a system has not addressed this system, the structure of special education right now, and this board structure, has not addressed problems that have continued to go on year to year. That means that when it comes to serving our kids, serving our parents, we're trying to exist within a system that is not working for them. And I definitely understand that any transition right now is going to have to be a very closely supported transition. The input of staff, the input of students, the input of parents, I definitely value that and want their input in what will these roles, what of this work of the people in these roles, what does that need to look like? I did not want to be preemptive and say, give me your input now, given that we may not move forward with this. But if we do move forward with this, that stakeholder input in each process step moving forward is going to be critical. But I do know that in the event that anything is approved, a supportive transition process has to occur, and that does occur by first listening to see what do you need this to look like for you.
Thank you. I'll turn over to whoever else has questions. Thank you.
Tom, you're up.
My question is that I heard repeated references to the current, the incumbents as what was it? Instructional coaches. So my question is that part of, that surprised me, I guess, but I'm not that close to that specific role. Is that part of what is in the current role, and where does instructional coaching fit in within the special ed umbrella, please?
So if I think I hear what you're saying is where does the instructional coaching for teachers play a role? How does that play a role within the current positions now? And how will they continue to? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, is it in the current job requirement, and is it something, what will it be in the new structure, please?
So I'm sorry, maybe I just want to clarify. The terminology that I used was not instructional coach. It was instructional support position, which is opposed to classroom position. So it's still within the faculty senate. It's instructional support. We have a number of positions that are not in the classroom, but they provide support to students. Like, for example, psychologists, social workers, these are instructional support positions.
But just so that I'm clear, that when I'm talking, I didn't hear it from you. I'm referring to what was said during repeated public comment. There were repeated references to instructional coach. So
I think that was a reference, so the district has people who have been identified specifically as instructional coaches. I think what you heard tonight from the various people who spoke is that they see the program chair as a coach for them, helping them to meet their needs and get their situations handled. Not that they are the identified instructional coaches for the district. They are a support system for the members of the SPED staff.
thank you.
Tom, did you have
I
other
had a
questions?
question. Is it, Sarah, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm curious, Ms. Francois Blue, you said that this has been an issue or concerns that you inherited for the most part. I'm paraphrasing. And so it sounds as though there is information, data to support this decision that perhaps has not been shared with the board. Because I share the sentiment of, I feel like there's something that's here that some people know what it is, and the board is being asked to render a decision without having that context or that data. So I would appreciate that. I also just wanted to ask the program chairs, these 3 areas the programs are not being eliminated, correct?
No programs have been, no programs.
Okay, so what will they look like moving forward? And that's one piece. And then the other piece is how many out of the entire special ed department, how many students are able to access these programs?
Can I just ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
When your question about the programs are not being eliminated. You asked a question about how will they function. Are you talking about how the program functions or the people in the position being proposed?
I'm asking because there seems to be some confusion that, advocating for specific staff members who are these program chairs, that they're being removed from the school, that the elimination of these positions means the elimination of the work. So I just am trying to make sure that there's clarity on that piece, that these programs are continuing and there will be oversight and staff and all of those things. So I'm just trying to understand how where the misconception is coming up that the elimination of these, the restructuring of these positions means some harm to the existence of the programs.
I understand what you're saying. That's exactly what you're saying, Dr. Moore. So there is some clarification to be made. No programs are being eliminated. No, we're not eliminating staff. We are looking at the role and the function of the role, and that is going to be restructured and no longer exists. The function of the role. The one thing that I also wanted to make sure that I go back to in terms of the additional information that I definitely can provide to the board is that when we talk about the structure of the administrative team, we have to be able to make sure we can communicate not only to internally, to our internal stakeholders and also to our external stakeholders. What do each of these roles mean and what will people be doing? Right now, our points of contact or line of support is very, very fragmented and blurred. Sometimes we don't know who will be that point of contact or who should I go to and who's gonna make this decision. Every day I see communication from parents who are asking, who do I need to go to who can give me this decision and make this right for me? And those are the things that we're trying to make sure that we bring into a cohesive structure so that we can be effective in how we're serving our students and families. We do have I do have the special education organizational structure that I can share. It should be available. It's also in the board packet, which shows how the different roles and the functions of those roles will be delineated. The work within those roles will be delineated. There's several things that had to be examined, which is also how do you balance the number of meetings that people have, but also how do you shift some of those responsibilities to someone else so that there is a balance and structure of support for each role that each person plays. The other part is the day-to-day support. So who will rotate and be that support line of support participant each day for every kid in the building. We want to make sure that the division in special education has a leadership structure that can provide that. So there are a number of things, there are a number of factors and metrics of data that I can provide as to strengthen and further that rationale for this research.
So it sounds as though, and I don't want to put words, I'll just ask the question. Is this an attempt to provide access to more special ed students of the services and the advocacy and decisions that need to ensure they're getting the proper resources that is not occurring now?
I will say that it is not occurring in an equitable way that we would like to see it occur. It's
And
not.
so when you say, I need us to talk, so I know you're, and perhaps it's better for Dr. Pruitt-Adams to address, given the fact that it predates you. What is the equity issue? What are we talking about?
The issue, the issue that predates Ms. Francois Blue really wasn't so much the equity of students having access. It is our understanding that there were the delay in the delivery of services oftentimes happened because the program chairs could not make the formal decisions that needed to be made. And so oftentimes meetings had to be rescheduled until the director could be in that meeting to make that decision. And I answer that, Dr. Pruitt-Adams.
There's, when you talk, Dr. Moore, when you ask pretty clearly what also is the equity issue. Our Q1 review of grades received for our special education students revealed that we had assigned grades of Fs to special education students in excess of 60%. That is not a position, that is not something that right now we can say the functional role of a program chair can address. An administrator can only address the practice of instruction and the obligation of adhering to compliance in special education as it relates to how do you grade, how do you accommodate, how do you differentiate instruction, how are you applying culturally responsive instructional practices. That is only something that an administrator can. That's what
Coaches do that, but you said you had instructional coaches. Don't instructional coaches do that as well? Instructional coaches coach educators in all of those practices as well?
Instructional coaches do that, but specialists in special education have to be those instructional coaches to augment that as well. So we don't, I want to make sure that I'm referencing examples of that issue.
Thank you. I'm just trying to understand, because if instructional coaches do that, if we've had them, some of them mention that they consider these program chairs to be coaches to them, and I think that you said that, or someone said that they consider them to be coaches for them. I'm trying to understand.
Gina, I'm sorry, but I think my understanding, and I'm just sorry, because it's a way to ask two questions at once. The reference to coaching, was that advocacy for families or was that for teachers? When coaches were.
And teachers. That's what I took that to mean, because then they're not instructional coaches. I think I want to make sure we're talking about the right thing. So, and I also just wanted to make sure that I go back to the instructional coach piece as separate, because I think that has came up. That we don't want to work in isolation and say it is left up to one person. Special education is something that we have to make sure that we are being very, very clear that it is a specialized service based on the impact of the student's disability and what they need. That may mean that one person in a separate division whose role is to be an instructional coach, separate from coaching and supporting kids and staff. That doesn't mean they hold that sole responsibility on their own. That is the responsibility of the special education leadership structure to ensure that that's being done. And that's the administrative oversight piece that we're referencing, which is why we spend so much time thinking, can we make these roles work? Can they function in this way? Will we be putting them in a position where they are at odds with their peers if we do that? Those are all additional factors that has played a part in making these administrative positions. And I also want to just underscore administrative positions that are opportunity. The current people that are in the program chair roles. I don't think we've mentioned that.
Jackie, I don't know if you had any follow-up questions or if Ralph or Craig would have any.
My only follow-up, and I want to keep it really brief, is to pile on what Gina said. I think we need more information, and I think it'd be nice to know in a written format, here are the compliance issues we think we're cleaning up. Here's the problem we identified in the pre-existing system. Here's why these positions solve that problem. Here's why that's better than the existing structure. You know, I would like to know all, Gina laid it out much better than I am, but I kind of want to see the why and the response to the why, all in one written format so that I can understand it, because frankly, I don't, as currently presented.
If I could just add to what Ralph said, I mean, I was thinking for me visually, we're different types of learners. And so for me, it would be helpful to see how it's done now, step by step of the journey of a student from 8th grade coming in for orientation and so on, all the way through to the programs that are off campus, you know, and into their early 20s, right? And this is how it's been, and this is, and maybe not every single block in this sequence is affected as much as the other, of course, but where's the logjam, where's the flaws currently, and what would the new approach do to help remedy that? And if there's an offsetting, you know, what's lost in that process, and maybe what's lost is inefficiency and just people having to work crazy hours, you know, on the staff, and you know what I mean. So that's me, and maybe that's not a realistic ask on my part, but that'll help me to get it, because this is all, it's a foreign language to me. So to whatever degree that can come back for me and maybe for all of us, and if you need me to clarify this in any way, let me know.
You can do that.
Thank you.
Ralph, I don't know if you have any other point you want to raise. No? Okay. Right.
Yeah. Thank you for all the level of detail and the articulation that you put into this. And to me, it's clear that you have thought deeply about this topic. I have two things. One question. Is there any reason that the current program chairs cannot apply for these positions? There's no reason. So if they chose to do that, they could do that. And granted, they would have lots of relationships, which we heard about today, and lots of relationships with the community that would be helpful to them. So I guess the second comment is, you know, I know you're pulling up a lot of data for other board members. I don't need that data. Board work is, from my view, trying to figure out, are we making a good decision? It's not about getting down into that detail. So I don't need that data. Thank you.
So I think I'm sort of the opposite spectrum from Matt, in that I have a kid, a stepkid, who is in special ed, and Fawn is certainly known well by his parents and beloved, right? So I just want to be really clear to everyone, which I think you've articulated well. This isn't about the people in the positions, right? This is about a structural change, an organizational change. Of course, having people in those positions makes that tough, right? But the place where I'm at is sort of, I think, a little bit different from my colleagues. My concern really is around what replaces this, right? Like how, you know, these program chairs are clearly filling a need. You know, we've heard that from parents. It sounds like they're serving sort of an ombudsperson role. So like what replaces that? I don't think that we've had, I don't think we know, right? Like, I'm not sure we've had that conversation with families, with, you know, with the stakeholders to kind of figure out how to fill that breach, because there would undoubtedly be one for these families. And so I heard you say that that was something that you wanted to address once we kind of knew what was going to happen. But I feel like that needs to be the first question, right? And so that's where I am with this position. I'm not a no, but I do think I'm in that right now. So.
I have a follow-up question to Craig's question, just real quick. Craig's question was about could they currently apply to be an administrator? You need a credential. Are you saying that they all have the credentials to, like, they don't have to go seek another credential in order to apply for that position, right?
They all can apply for the position if they have, and I don't want to just speak on someone's professional credentials out of turn, but they have the credential of the Type 75. There are additional qualifications and credentials that are outlined in each of the proposed job descriptions, but that doesn't mean that it negates them from applying.
Right, thank you. So I just want to make sure, so they can apply, but it's not like they can, that they're automatically qualified for those positions right now. There would be other requirements that would be necessary. I just want to make that clarification.
Yes, because of the change in the roles.
Yeah, thank you.
Gina, to the best of my knowledge, all four program chairs hold an administrative endorsement that would qualify them for the position. That would be the minimum legal requirement. That and I just wanted to add, like we were talking a lot about individuals today. I completely agree with everything that was said in all the public comments. These are wonderful individuals. We never doubted their quality of work. This is not about them. It's about, by nature of how this position is structured, they're at disadvantage because they cannot make the decision that is required at the IEP meeting. They have to oftentimes call for an administrator, and that's what delays services going through.
I'm confused now. Like, so I know I keep coming back with questions, but I'm confused now because you said they all have that administrator's license, but they can't make those decisions. So I'm misunderstanding then the technicality behind that.
You have to work under administrative endorsement. The fact that they have it doesn't mean that they can use it. You have to be in an administrative position in order to be able to utilize administrative endorsement as you hold.
So they technically, okay, thank you.
Anything else from the board?
Can I go back to board member, President Spivey, what you said in terms of what will the needs that will be fulfilled, I believe you said?
Yeah, how will these parents get, because the parents need access to answers and information and to have a person, like a point person, right? So I think part of what we're hearing from families is not just how much they care for the folks filling these roles, but really like who's going to do this for them, right? How are they going to get the answers? How are they going to feel supported?
And I think that that's a very good question. I think I want to separate the administrative role and function and make sure that we're seeing that in line with being that conduit between school and parent. Sometimes it's assumed that it's an administrator, they're far removed, they're not connected, they don't know kids, when that's the direct opposite. We want to make sure that these roles encompass all of that too, because we don't want to see that removed. We don't want to see the relationships removed. We don't want to see or have people in these roles that cannot connect with kids, do not know our students, do not know our parents. So I think that there's that kind of as a misnomer, that if the role is an administrative role and it doesn't remain the same, then it means that it's gonna jeopardize that, when that's not the case. And I wanna give a kind of a very, very clear example. I had a parent this week who I've been navigating, trying to get their student not only into their hybrid program, but also on the alternate days into the learning path. The parent and I have been corresponding for almost 2.5 weeks. We finally got all of the barriers removed for the student to start. The student started this week, but he's only been in the building twice. Mom has my cell phone and she called me and she said, I don't know where my student is.
I just want to caution you in case you're
I'm not gonna use
talking
names.
about a child who could be identified.
Oh,
I mean, but if it's, I would just caution you from that example.
Okay.
Because in that parent's mind, they know who you are and you could be
Absolutely, absolutely. So what I'll do is I'll say this. The student did arrive. However, I made sure that because the student wasn't in a classroom.
I'm
Okay.
going to ask you to use another.
I'll use a different example.
You've given a lot of context already then.
I will. I'll give a different example. Some of our parents may need a person that's going to be a point of contact for certain things, and some of our parents are going to need a point of contact for something day to day. And we want to make sure that these positions, whether they're administrative or not, have the ability to do that. It doesn't matter if they are an administrator who has authoritative oversight, or whether they're a teacher or a support staff member. That relationship building and that conduit of being that connection between community and school or home to school is imperative no matter the structure of the role. So each person in these positions are going to be able to continue that, and that's the expectation that we should have. That they continue that work and that there's no removal of that.
Got it, okay, that, I wasn't clear on that piece. So just to paraphrase, to make sure I understand what you understood it properly. So the roles being filled now in terms of this like liaison with the families and this, intermediary to help navigate, that would still be covered by the new role, just that the new role would have additional
responsibilities. And one of the things in terms of the data and the information, that draft structure kind of outlines that. Because there's several times that we hear that I may not know who to go to. Who should I talk to about this and who can resolve this problem? Even clearly to the point where we're asked, who is in control here? Who has this ability to help me with this? So we really want to make sure that there's a structure where everybody is not only aligned in that administrative board oversight, but there's no imbalance in the work and seeing that every day things get done on behalf of kids. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. So I believe Dr. Pruitt Adams is going to recap to make sure that she's got all the pieces. But if I could just quickly before that, if for some, if the timing doesn't work out to bring this forward this year, I would strongly encourage more sort of, and if the plan ends up being to bring this next year, I would strongly encourage more collaboration and more sort of stakeholder engagement with families to kind of prepare them for this possibility, because I think that it's fear, uncertainty, and doubt, right? Like that's sort of the bugaboo of all plans, right? Like people want to know what's going to happen.
So what I heard from the board was the request for various data points to substantiate the reason for the restructure. I've heard from the board a clarification specifically of the roles and responsibilities that my words not there, that make this position, the positions requested different from how they exist and why we need a different individual to do it versus the people who are currently filling those positions. Did I miss it? That's the summarizing.
Or if that means not an individual necessarily, but a person with different job description or
Different job
responsibilities.
description. And then just the basis that I want to say the longitudinal data, because one of the questions Dr. Moore asked was previous to now, what data points do we have? And then the data points together, this parent yet. Did I miss anything?
Well, and this is a PS, a mini PS, and then I mean, that's Dr.
I just
Craig.
want to make sure I captured it out.
And I appreciate Gina when she says, one more, because that's important. I need to, so thank you, Gina, for, follow-up questions. All of you. Not to remember my question. Wait, it's going to come to you in a few seconds. Oh, imbalance. I've been hearing the word imbalance, workload. It seems like there's some people on staff who are, my perception is are getting an avalanche of work and others are not. And is that an accurate, or can you just, I just want to get an understanding. And it feels like, is it causing burnout, stress, or is it, so.
Well, the word imbalance was chosen because there is a problem that needs to be addressed in not only which is part of the restructuring, a lot of positions are being recommended as they are. There's a number of meetings that one may have to attend. How often they may have to attend another meeting to problem solve an issue that was not able to be solved before.
So just so I can jump in while I'm
As
saying that.
as an example of that imbalance.
So is that there would be more efficiency, that there'd be less meetings because you could be more efficient within and coming out of meetings because you have the authority to make a decision.
Yep, that's right.
So,
Yes.
So the other things I heard, thank you for that, was if there is an imbalance, kind of show where that imbalance lies, how to be mitigated. The other thing I heard though is from our board president in our closing statement, that, as we begin to gather the data and analyze it, if we realize that this is not the appropriate time, then we take a step back and bring it forward once we have compiled that data.
Can I add one more thing? Because I can't help myself. Because the district has made a commitment to restorative processes and being a restorative community, it sounded more that this decision was a to decision versus a with decision with the staff. And I would encourage that as we bring this back, that conversations are, that it's, if we're establishing a restorative culture, it really does involve doing things with people. So I would love to hear that as present in the process as well.
All right, so I know that Mr. Thiem also has a presentation. It's been 4 hours, you guys. Does anybody need a break or can we go straight to Chris and then take a break? Okay, do you mind if we take a 5 minutes?
5 minutes at the most.
Sorry, it's like, that's
I'm back.
Was that you, Tom, that said you're back?
Yep. Trying to eat some dinner too.
Yeah, right. It sounded like you, but I wasn't looking and it was like, huh, is that Tom? Tom, I think you and I are just ready. And Ralph, we're ready. Where's everybody else?
And Gina, I have an Entenmann's chocolate donut
Oh, nice.
That's
with,
just
with
cruel.
chocolate icing. I want to tell
Nice.
you, these things rock.
It sounds delicious. Thanks, Ralph.
I would like one, Ralph.
I'm telling
Next
you how
time,
good
Ralph,
they
you
are.
can't, unless you're going to share with the whole class. Don't bring stuff.
That's why I didn't come.
Particularly if it's chocolate. I will just throw that little part in there too.
You know, Dr. Moore, I don't know if you've had these Entenmann chocolate covered chocolate donuts, but they are just addictive. I have on bad days eaten half a box.
Some of our fellow board members can attest, as well as superintendent, to the chocoholic. And I will be clear that that's the holic part, the chocoholic. Brownies, cookies, there's probably not a brand I have not sampled.
Okay, well, while we're waiting for the in-person, for the rumors to get on board with us here, Jackie, have you had coconut almond joy cookies from the Jewel?
No, and I will just tell you why. I don't want to be a snob, but I am a bit of a purist. So I feel like once I learned how to bake, that it changed a lot of things. And then certain local establishments, spilt milk I feel like they're my sisters too. So that's where I usually get my baked goods. And having a daughter that loves to bake has been a problem.
Well, none of that baking is happening in my house, so, feel free to bake and we can pick up.
Oh, of course. Seriously, I will send pictures. Lindsay is amazing. I'm calling her out in a public meeting, but she loves to bake and always trying new things. And, giving her a cookbook for baking, you would think that I just gave her a car. So she loves it.
Okay, well, we're open to receive over here.
I will let her know. My chocolate chip cookies, oatmeal chocolate chip cookies, brownies, there's a chocolate theme with most of my baking. Chocolate cream pie. Those are my things.
Okay, when we're all vaccinated and in person, now there's an expectation of chocolate.
All righty. I'm there.
Well, I was going to do before this whole COVID thing, I was going to invite the board over for dinner with their significant or insignificant others or arm candy or whatever they wanted to come with. And now it's going to have to wait till we're all vaccinated and safe. But Dr. Moore, you'll get invited anyway. And I'll try to make sure we have something chocolate focused for dessert.
Or I can bring it if that helps. But thank you for still including me. And I will just say that my significant other calls himself arm candy when we're campaigning. So I'll let him decide.
I love that we can still be this jovial at a 10:41.
Or we're just kind of slappy and
yeah, we really as a team need to find a way to move these along quicker. I don't know what the answer is, but we really do. Because at a certain point, we all start fading. I mean, you could see it in our faces, right?
Yeah.
And we've got some important stuff that we still have to talk about.
Right. And I don't know that we honestly are as focused as we would like to be. At least I'm not after a certain hour. And today, you know, we all have different days that are brutal. This turned into my brutal day. I didn't plan on it being a brutal day, but it started at 4:30 this morning, and I'm still staring at a flipping screen, and I am about to melt down.
I did not expect it to be a brutal day today either, but it definitely turned into that. So I think the 5-minute break is up. Rumor, people in the room, can we get started? Like the Zoomers are ready. The Zoomers are ready to go.
I told Gina this, and this is that the first time I heard Zoomers and rumors, I was thinking RUMOR, not rumors. And I was like, oh my God, what's going on? So tells you the last time I was in a room.
All I know is the Zoomers are ready. We're all here. And we have plans for cookies. So
I think we have plans for Jackie or Jackie's daughter's cookies is what we've got plans for.
I love it.
And
what else can we decide while we're waiting?
Right, exactly. Wait, Gail's back almost. I think we're almost there.
And I didn't even know what DoorDash was a year ago. And now it's a basic part of my life.
Exactly.
Sad.
Oh, they're finally ready. Thanks, Rumors, for being ready. The Zoomers have been waiting. I think you all heard us.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
No,
There's handlings and stuff. Okay. All right. So I think we're ready to reconvene. Mr. Queen, you're ready.
Thank you very much for making time. Our portion of it, we have two positions that we're bringing forward for your consideration. I'd like to delve into the associate web developer position first. We did a restructuring several years ago as a previous CIO was going into retirement. We were looking at our current staff and we were realigning the job responsibilities with that staff. And on one side of our department, we've done what I feel is a very good job in structuring it for some of the more nuts and bolts aspects of what educational technology is responsible for. So our network, our help desk, and our databases. That we were able to put under one umbrella. The director with oversight over those areas so that we could effectively manage and keep all of those functioning. One area that fell in there as well was the website and keeping up the website. And so the data systems became web and data services. And through the course of that, the manager who was primarily responsible for the web originally was now manager of data systems, which is in itself definitely a full-time job and a little bit more than that as well. So he's managing that department. There are two data analysts that are working under him. And besides the cyclical nature that comes with data systems, the yearly reporting, report cards, orders, making sure everything is in place for the yearly calendar cycle, there was also the need for additional assessment. What you've seen on the data warehouse is just the tip of the iceberg of some of the work that department has been doing in making data warehouse views that are applicable and useful for different areas of the school to make data-driven decisions. Now, all of that falls into the same area that all oversees the website. And so essentially what we've been doing is dealing with critical items. When something is web related and it needs to be dealt with immediately, that's when we're getting to it. We aren't doing things proactively to the extent that we'd like to be. And we aren't maintaining it as well as we should. And so we were looking at that as an area that we needed to apply some additional support to. And so we have this associate web developer position that we're bringing forward today. And so I'd like to kind of do this in two parts. I'd like to open it up to any questions you may have associated with that particular position, and any questions on supporting why we think we need it.
Board members, questions, Matt?
Yeah, so is my mic working okay? I'll just keep talking the way I was talking about. The importance of just talking through, is my mic working? And indeed it's working better. So I think clearly there's a need, right? The website has so many little nooks and crannies. It's, and it's just, we're doing the best we can with the resources we've had. The question I have is, where are we? We always compare ourselves to other schools in our niche, right? In the region or nationally. How bad are we, or are we actually above average somehow? I just don't know other schools' websites. And related to that, obviously we can build, take advantage of all the progress that's been made in the last whatever number of years to really make a substantial investment in this area. So that's just a follow-up to that.
We're really lucky in two areas. One is that we have an excellent communications department, Karen Sullivan and Jackie Going. And so information that needs to be forward-facing and immediate is really taken care of effectively. We also are very lucky to have our current data and web services manager, who has a wide variety of experiences in that back-end information repository. Because it's not just like the old days when we were doing web pages. We just had static information on a page. Now it's information that has to be appropriate to the viewer. So whenever our staff and faculty go on to our intranet, what is happening is they're being identified by how they're logged in, and then being presented with the information that's applicable to them. Same thing with students that go to our intranet. That's the internally facing web pages. When they go there, they see what's applicable to them based on their login. That even extends outside. So there are various aspects of what we do that has to be built with security, has to be built with the appropriate information repositories, and then displayed in a way that is useful and appropriate for the audience that is going there. So it's not just a static web page that everybody gets. It's a very fine-tuned thing depending on what your needs are. It's much like the old switchboards and Yelp pages that we're used to. You go to that web page and it connects you to the appropriate resource based on who you are and what you need. That's the information that we need to be able, the type of service that we need to be able to deliver. We're not all the way there yet. We've got all of the pieces, but we need that manager to be able to tap into a complementary resource to get it finished.
So are we the Cubs in the 70s, Cubs in the 60s? How bad are we? Or maybe it's not a question, maybe you don't know how to answer it, but can you give a sense of?
We're not the lovable losers. I mean, we're not that bad, but I definitely say that what's coming up is too much information without the maintenance and culling of that information.
Right.
So when you do a web search on our website, it's very common to get outdated information. Some of that needs to be there for archival purposes. There's ways of structuring it so that when you go there and do that search, it doesn't bring up the old stuff, it brings up the new stuff.
Right, because people can just end up giving up.
Correct.
And I'm talking about me sometimes in the past, because it's not totally essential that I get it, but it'd be nice to try to get some pieces of info here and there. Because I really think this is huge, because it's impossible to measure. We just don't know how many times people haven't gained information and insight that they otherwise might.
We do, and that's another great point. We do have the ability to tell when people have given up. We have the ability to tell what places they're going to. This position would be able to effectively use that information Now we can, we can run up a report and we can, as a management team and as a district or a departmental oversight team, we can get in there and take a look and say, here's a few things to work on. But it's a side job. It's not something that keeps a person up at night thinking about new ways of making.
But I like the idea of doing as much as we can to move towards proactive. So, thank you, Chris.
Other questions from board members?
Given the array of skills that you need to support this, why are we hiring internally to build a team to do that versus outsourcing this?
Talking about this position in particular.
I'm actually talking about this position is just another position, with this skill set. You're sort of building a team with this skill set. I guess I'm asking why versus depending on a third party who would have better access to arrays of skills than you do.
Yeah, number one, you've got you've got the institutional knowledge and commitment that comes with building from the internal side. So creating a team that is centered on servicing this district and understanding what needs the district are committed to that. That's something that you don't necessarily get when you're working with an outsourced group. Like I mentioned, also you are working with data sets. It's not like I'm not talking about student PPI, but personally identifiable information, but there is cases where we have information that has to be accessible, depending on your login and so forth. I'd much rather have that control and be looking at that in a security manner in-house rather than outsourcing it to a company and having them possibly outsourcing network to other third parties. So by keeping it internal, we're able to keep our control over the security of the information, who's accessing it, ensure it's appropriate.
How do other institutions of our size do this? Is it a mix or is it always internal?
Right, no, it's a with schools specifically, organizations, you will see a variety of ways of dealing with this outsourcing and so forth, especially when you're getting into the nonprofit organizations. But when you're dealing with schools, they're dealing with it in one of two ways. And one is through a stipend program, and the other is through a position for this. We're honestly beyond the stipend area.
Too big for that.
Yeah, that gets you static information on pages, and somebody goes through there once a year and make sure everybody updates it. When you're looking at those repositories of data, which is where I'm really seeing the most value and an increase in demand. That really requires a position. Schools that are on that route are hiring somebody rather than doing it just as a stipend.
And if I may add, I used to work in a district where it was outsourced. As Chris said, what happens with outsourcing, you lose control. You also lose time limits. So sometimes information needs to be on the website immediately, and it's always a fee. So it's a fee for posting. Oftentimes it's outsourcing. So it's less cost effective to outsource it than to hire a physician.
That is,
Yeah.
Let's keep talking.
okay, it's not on. Oh, is it on? Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. I was just gonna say, in my previous district, initially it was outsourced, and we brought it in-house for the same reasons that Dr. Sanders and Mr. Thames articulated. There was always a time frame that we could submit things in, and we had to wait. And it was always delayed, and the biggest pushback we got was that the information was just not coming up time. So we brought it back in-house.
Yeah, I mean, but just from a transparent side, I run a software company but we outsource all of our web work, except we have one person who can update and release the website anytime we need. So everybody finds a different way to manage it. It's probably a wash from a cost standpoint, so I'm not gonna push it. I was just curious why. I was more worried about the skill set issues.
Questions from other board members? Anyone has something, feel free to jump in. I do have a question. So how do we maintain our current website? It's all in-house?
Yeah. it's all-
We don't outsource any of it. There's no vendor maintaining any of it.
And there's 1,800 pages.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just sort of stunned by that fact. Like, I don't know how you guys are doing this.
If it were outsourced, we wouldn't have that.
Well, that's probably true.
Let's scale back real quick.
We couldn't afford that.
So would this position also be responsible for the content or simply the coding and the maintaining of the website?
We'd be responsible for maintenance of content too. So one of the things that it's just typical when you're doing website maintenance is to identify the owners of the content and then work with those owners to establish a timeline by which the content needs to be updated. And then making sure there's follow through on that.
So it seemed, and it see a little bit of it in the actual job description, but it sounds like this is a person who will be working closely with our communications firm as well, right? They kind of put in both worlds. Are we thinking at all about like the architecture of the website, like restructuring it at all, or is this?
Yeah, we are, and to have the, there's no way we could tackle a project of that size without having this position. We're going to do it as a stipend position.
No, yeah, no way. Yeah, no, I frankly frequently email Gail with broken links. So I support this position. Any other questions from anybody else?
Our next position that we're bringing forward is a director of instructional technology. And going back to the story about how our department is structured and how we took the responsibilities that were in the more nuts and bolts side and created a very strong organizational structure there. On the instructional side, we're not as strong and not as defined. We have areas of that are direct reports to me from every level of the library. And then we have our instructional technology team. They're the ones that they really make the magic happen. You can have the best system in the world, but unless this is something that is embraced, unless this creates that light bulb moment for a student, unless a teacher is able to take that and leverage it and create real learning, it may work brilliantly, but it's not working effectively. And so on the instructional side of our organization, we've got some great people. We've got some amazing librarians. We've got an amazing instructional technology team, but it's a very flat organization. In addition to that, we are right on the other side of that cafeteria about to have 3 wonderful new floors of amazing things that we want to make happen. And in there is going the library, makerspace, and we want to be able to create experiences in those places that really make those light bulbs turn on. It's not just technology that works and we expect people to use it because all the wires connect, but because they actually connect kids to learning experiences. And so in looking at that development, looking at the work that we've done in instructional technology and the work that's yet to be done, the work that demands the attention and the oversight in order to make effective professional development for our staff and our faculty that engages our kids and engages the learning experience. we see that this is an area that really needs this additional set of oversight so that we have a balanced structure within our department, both for the infrastructure and for the instructional aspects of technology. And that's why we're bringing forward this position.
Questions? So is it that we're going to take the FTE from the bookstore director into this position? Do we not need a bookstore director?
So here's how we're managing that. We've got, so the bookstore, it functions very much like a bursar's office in most schools. So we're collaborating with the business office in Isidore, and we're looking at those aspects that are more effectively handled by the business office with the appropriate support. So if somebody's coming in to pay their fees, they have a quick and easy way to do that, to handle. And then on the curriculum side of it, there's some tie-in. There's tie-in with this position. Number one, because we're going, we have a more and more focus on digitally based curriculum that flows through the bookstore. But obviously there's also the need for your traditional paper volumes to be handled there too. All of that having that assessment, having that knowledge in order to understand how that all flows together, either if this is a digital way or an analog way, we feel that that's a good fit. We can handle that, incorporate it into this position. It's not going to be too much of a strain. It actually creates a good balance between the two sides of the department. So we think that we can take on the bookstore, those aspects that are in the bursar's office, incorporate it into this position, and actually take that director's position and make it do so much more than just run a bookstore.
Okay. Questions or comments by anyone?
Next item, under instruction.
Hey, Sarah,
Yes.
I'm sorry. Are we done with the personnel asked?
If you want us to be. Did you have a question?
But yeah, no, my question was, so this is gonna be coming up for a vote on the 26th or in 2 weeks.
Yes.
I'm just trying to understand the alignment with the administration coming forth with the adequacy, evidence-based information so that we can make decisions that look at where we are.
Okay, got it.
Would like that to be forward in June, correct?
Right, but we come in April, okay, that's in June, but we do come in April with the student focused kind of funding piece. Okay, but it's still after this. After this.
Did you catch that, Tom?
Yeah, so I mean, it's like we're gonna be making decisions on changes and then we're gonna find out where we are and then decide, which just seems backwards. So.
Well, it is. Are we, is it necessary that, I mean, I know our calendar of reports, but I'm trying to understand, given the new evidence-based funding model, how are we, I mean, if we're looking at it in April or in June, how is it for next year? And we're funding things for next year already.
The board goals indicated that at the April meeting, we needed to come back with the framework that would show how we are spending more student focus. We are now trying to start populating the tool A and B. And based upon the board goal, it said to make sure that that was implemented by June. The staffing based upon guidelines from the state we bring in March, because if there's an impact on teachers that have to be released, they have to be released by a certain time in April. And I think this year is April the 8th. And
So
we always-
how does that, I understand that with the teacher positions, but the administrative positions?
all the staffing we bring to the board, we always bring to the board in March.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just trying to
At one
understand how.
point, we bought it, at one point, we bought it separate. I think administrator, when I first arrived in the district, was done in like May or something. It was done at a different time. And the board asked why we were bringing them separate, that we should bring them all at one time and just have one form of decision made. And so we moved the administration up to be in alignment with that, based upon when teacher contracts have to go out.
And I appreciate that. I'm just saying the need to, this is a new situation that we're in with the EBF. So.
I actually think that as we move forward, it will start to balance out. Because you're absolutely correct, it's new, and with the timelines that we were given, it should start to balance out as we move forward.
Okay, it's, all right, thank you.
Seems like the quiet for the hearts, I get it.
Can I ask that question in just a slightly different way? Because I think I agree completely with Jack and Tom. Is there any urgency to doing this now as opposed to after an allocation of our resources along the model are done? So waiting a month or two to get this done? Is there a realistic urgency to get these positions approved now?
Dr. Sanders, you want to come in after that? I could give you my version, but I'll let her.
So the urgency is just hiring for these positions, because if we wait until June, I'm afraid it will be extremely difficult to find, especially for Director of Instructional Technology, which is an administrative position. All administrative positions posted very quickly, and people start looking now. So we'll be at disadvantage, a competitive disadvantage.
I just have a question, Gina. So if we're thinking about this in the future, is there a way for us to consider our entire timeline and process for this? Because I know that we have a special instance this year, but knowing that there's a specific time that we want to be hiring people and making sure that we get the best candidates at a specific time, is there anything that we might want to reevaluate at some point, is all I'm asking.
That can be done. So we have no problem going through that process with the board. That's how we got to this point, is because the board asked us to bring them all at one time.
Thank you. I just, that might have been a pre-me, or maybe I was here, I don't know. I just.
That predated you.
Yeah, okay.
This is better than it was, so we're good there.
But I think part of it was because the administrative contracts and the other contracts were given like June 30th. Sometime, and then that had an impact on, as Dr. Sanders said, recruiting and hiring people. And then they ended up coming in after the year had started.
So I'm just thinking for future, if there's some backward by design piece we could work on, that would be really ideal, it seems.
No problem. Any more questions on? Sorry.
No, it's okay.
If there are no more questions, we will move to the next item under instruction. And that is the analysis of the weighted GPA calculation process. Making this presentation tonight is Ms. Kristen McKee, coordinator for learning analytics, and she's virtual. Dr. Lincoln Chandler, consultant, and Greg Johnson, associate superintendent. But the conclusion of this information is just a discussion. However, it falls under strategic plan priority 2, transformative ed and district policy 6:630. Gentlemen and ladies.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. This is 11:12. This is a bit of a weighty presentation that we have for you here. And so we will do our best to move through this in a way that is exciting and titillating as we go. But I do want to bring us back to a context that we left a few, I guess, 2 presentations ago. The Learning Community's got a presentation that we talked about tonight. Talked about a variety of recommendations that have been with us for the better part of 2 decades. One of those recommendations was to take a strong look at how grading practices unfold at OPRF. That's exactly what this is. What you're going to see in this presentation doesn't have this really nice soundbite and this big old appeal. Yes, it's packaged up in this one clean way. But what you're going to see is a nuanced report that digs into the effects of something that really only exists here at OPRF and with this API model. So we're going to kind of a 2-part approach. We want to unpack it to help explain what this thing is and why it exists. And then number 2, how it's affecting our kids. Okay. And so with that said, I want to thank our team here for all the work they've done to get us ready for this. And let's go ahead and lean in a little bit. So if we go to the first slide here, after the title. A few things. What we're talking about is API, and that is the process that we use at OPRF to determine weighted GPAs for our students, how weighted GPAs are calculated. And internally, it serves a number of purposes. Number 1, it helps us to determine academic awards, these cum laude, scholarship cup, and a few others. It is used for some internal scholarships that we have that our counselors year in and year out help to get our kids to apply for, and various departments and divisions allocate. And also back in 2016, we saw this in America to Me, a little snippet of it. It was used as a bit of a proxy for college career readiness. Okay, API was used as an indicator there. We're going to unpack that a little bit throughout the presentation. Externally, the big takeaway I want the board to be aware of is that weighted GPAs, they don't mean, and I don't mean to undersell it, but they don't mean a whole lot when externally. And that is for a few reasons. Number 1, yes, some scholarships ask for weighted GPAs when kids are applying for scholarships outside of those that we have internal. And yes, some colleges and universities use weighted GPAs for admissions. But by and large, the practice that has been growing throughout the country over the past decade or so is that colleges and universities recalculate GPA so that they can more evenly compare 2 students from 2 completely different high schools against one another. The idea is that they want to get a feel to the extent that an individual kid has maximized the opportunities available to them. Okay, and the only way to do that is to do the calculation themselves. So that is basically how weighted GPAs work. I want to now dive into the history a little bit of what API, and I'll be very brief on this, but I want to say that this was kind of enjoying to go into. The Academic Program Index is something that started, well, actually, I'll just say this first. It is simply, what is API? It is not a weighted GPA. It's not synonymous. The API is a multiplier. And Dr. Chandler is going to really explain that as we go forward. It is just a number that is applied to an unweighted GPA to get a weighted GPA. So how did this thing start at OPRF? It didn't start until 1985. Prior to that, there were no weighted GPAs at OPRF. There was no weighted grading process here. But in 1985, it started. I was actually able to go through our academic catalogs, and I called 2 retirees who had been longtime employees here at OPRF to kind of get that history. And it came about because there used to be this program called the XP program, which was described in the academic catalog as a college preparatory program, kind of an alternative program for kids who would benefit from a little bit more hands-on, practical, application-oriented approach to schooling. But it was very clear that it was designed to college prep. Well, in that unweighted system, there was one student, and
and actually the people I talked to couldn't recall that student by name. There was one student who rolled through all 4 years at OPRF in that SP program with nothing but A's. That student did not take any, we had honors classes, but they just weren't for, weighted GPA, right? That student did not take any of the traditional honors classes, was in the XP program all the way through. And the thinking at the time back in the 80s was, wait a second. This student's going to earn a scholarship cup. Is that really what we want the scholarship cup to mean? And it really is that event, from what I understand, that triggered this movement towards weighted GPAs at OPRF. It exists all over the place. We aren't unique that we have weighted GPAs, but it really was that event that triggered the conversation in this community. And so there were immediately now considerations that the administration at the time had to go through. And the first one is, if we have a weighted system in place, we have to make sure that we find some way to mitigate the effects of our kids playing the weighted GPA game. The idea is that as soon as we get weighted grades out there, kids are going to dive into this class instead of this class and maximize that GPA. And they're going to end up taking those things that aren't aligned with their interests and real learning just to, get the calculation they want by the time they walk out of here. And that would have a negative potential effect on elective programs. And so they wanted to put some sort of process in place that would encourage, protect electives basically from that weighted grade process that usually only exists in traditional core classes. So the solution was to rely on this API that Dr. Champion is going to talk about a little bit here. I want to say one more thing. If we can go to the purpose slide, the next one. Oh, I'm sorry. I was behind. I should show you the next slide. That's a slide that I was just speaking to. Let's go to the next one. There we go. So that's a background about the history of API. And so now we wanted to really take a look at it to figure out, okay, how is this thing really working for our kids in this school? And it's been something that's been in our strategic plan for a little while. And we have a solid team here, Dr. Chandler and Krista McKee, who we were able to pose some pretty complex questions to, and they were able to really help us dive into it and kind of operationalize this question. So the first question we have is, or the main question for the whole thing is, to help us understand how this whole process works for our kids. And so with that said, I'm going to turn over the next slide to Kristen McKee, and she'll get us through our questions in the first part of our session.
Hi, everybody. I'm a Zoomer tonight, so nice to see everyone. So when Lincoln and I started our research and analysis, we considered the following. We started with the basic. How do we calculate the GPA, and really how does API work? And then we moved to why do we do it this way? And then ultimately, what are the implications of this practice? This led to a more of an inquiry-based process of a review of the API. Our motivating questions are here on this slide. How does the API approach to calculating GPA compare to a more conventional approach? What happens when students earn C's and D's in honors classes? How does the API maximum and then the rollover components work? And then also, finally, how does the use of API align with the district's efforts to remove barriers to racial equity and promote academic excellence? What I want to be clear about, though, is that I want to talk about what this is and what it is not. This is a review of the system we have in place to calculate the weighted GPA from student grades. It's not an analysis of what those grades are to begin with. Grading practices are incredibly important, but that's also for a separate analysis. It's not what we're doing tonight for this presentation. All right, next slide for Lincoln.
Thanks, Kristen. So in short, the way this works is that every semester, students earn 1 honors point for every A or B grade they receive in the honors course. However, now, a student might take 5 or 6 classes in a semester, but they can only receive up to 3 honors points per semester, or 24 over 8 semesters over their time at OPRF. That API is directly based on the total honors points received. So if I've accumulated 7 honors points in my time at OPRF, I have an API of 1.07. Students who don't take honors classes have no honors points, and their default API is 1.0. So that API is a multiplier. So to follow a sports analogy, you might think of it as a strength of schedule or degree of difficulty, where we're taking the unweighted GPA that a student has and multiplying it by this API to get their weighted GPA. And so because there is a max on the strength of schedule on that API of 1.24, the highest possible GPA you can get after 4 years at OPRF is a 4.96, and that's a 4.0 times 1.24. Next slide, and turn it back over to Kristen.
So as I mentioned in our process, we wanted to see if the API was truly unique to OPRF. That answer is yes. To the best of our knowledge, this is unique to our district. In fact, when Lincoln and I first were exploring this for reasons, I was Googling it, like simply just to figure this out. But then that's what also led to one of this more deeper dive we did. So what we wanted to do is understand what approaches were used in other districts. So we identified a list of peer districts, which can be found in the appendix of this presentation. So while the peer districts methods have some nuance depending on the district, for instance, some of the districts also give credits for Ds, they were mostly fundamentally the same, and it's summarized here on this slide. Also, this slide helps provide the 3 levers of how the weighted GPA functions. Students must earn a certain grade, and then how the honors points get applied for that, and then also how many are able to be received. So if you look here at this table, you'll see a side-by-side comparison of these 3 levers going straight down. So if you look and you see that for OPRF, students must earn an A or a B. In our peer districts, the vast majority of them all gave C, and as I mentioned, maybe even some gave Ds. For OPRF, honors credit is applied to overall GPA, as Dr. Chandler just said, but in peer districts, it's applied to that specific course. In OPRF, there's a limit, and in the peer districts, all honors credits are applied to the GPA. So Lincoln is about to walk you through a pretty step-by-step mathematical process of showing you exactly how that sort of plays out with a GPA calculation.
Okay, thank you. So the first way that OPRF is unique in its process is that we do not award honors credit for Cs. And so just to give you a picture, what you're looking at is the last 4 years of the grade distribution for AP and honors classes, well, up to academic year 2020. And what you'll first notice is that the 2 shades of green represent A's and B's. Together, that's 85% of the grades are A's and B's. And so 85% of the grades are the ones that earn honors credit. But we see that C's are represented by the yellow, and in the year 2020, 10% of those grades would have been passing grades, but those students did not receive honors credit for those passing grades. The 4-year average is 11%, but it's been pretty consistent, as you can see from year to year. To illustrate kind of the other 2 levers and how they work, we've put together this hypothetical example. And this is hypothetical, but it's not, but it is possible. Most students. If we go to the next slide. I'm sorry, next slide. Apologies. Okay, great. So what you see here is a hypothetical freshman report card. These are all classes that a freshman student can take. And most OPRF students have taken at least 1 or 2 honors courses by the end of their freshman year. So this is hypothetical, but it's not unrealistic. And what you see here is a kid who got a mix of B's, C's, and D's in the first semester. And then they, for the most part, turned it around and got basically A's and B's in the second semester. So what we're going to do over the next couple of slides is look at what the annual and cumulative GPA look like here at OPRF. And then we've also created sort of an alternative policy that represents kind of an amalgam of what we see peer districts doing, so you can see that comparison. Next slide, please. Okay, so we start out with the unweighted GPA. And this is a 4-point scale, and so you basically assign points based on the grade and divide by the number of classes. In this particular example, You just add up the base grade points, which are in blue, and this equates to a 1-year GPA of a 2.8. They acquired 28 points over 2 semesters, and you have 10 different grades, so 28 over 10, 2.8 GPA. So this is the unweighted GPA. And another way to think about this is that if this child had taken no honors classes, that would be their GPA. Next slide, please. Okay, so at OPRF, we assign honors points for A's and B's. And so I've highlighted in green all of the grades that qualify for honors credit. So you'll see that at the end of the first semester, if you move the bottom, you see that that student earned 2 points. And then you'll see in the second semester, that student earned 5 for a total of 7 points earned. Now, again, we have a cap on the number of credits a student can receive. After 2 semesters, they can only receive a max of 6 credits. That 6 gets applied to the API, which is 1.06, and that 2.8 base GPA gets multiplied to create a 2.97. So at the end of the freshman year at OPRF, this student's grade point average is a 2.97. Okay. All right, we're already on the next slide. So in comparison, and under an alternative policy, you see the yellow highlights the courses that would have qualified for honors credit. So in the first semester, the C's are also counted. So there's a total of 4 out of 5 classes that this student is getting honors credit for. And in the second semester, they're getting credit for all 5. But what's happening here is that we're actually adding those weights to the actual courses. So instead of 28 total base points, we've added a total of 9 honors points to get a total of 37. And then we calculate GPA as we usually do. We take the number of points and we divide it by 10 grades, which now gives the student 3.7. So we see that at a peer district, using their policy, that student would have gotten a 3.7 for the same report card. Next slide, please.
And keep in mind that 3.7, again, is compared to the 2.97 of the previous slide for the exact same work. So that's the difference.
That's right. And what you see here is what Greg just said, right? So we have 3 different, yeah, but this is, so this is what we see, right? So again, in the blue, we have the base case. And this is the unweighted GPA, but this is again also the GPA of a student that did not take any honors classes. The green shows what that student would have had with honors classes after a year at OPRF. The yellow shows what that student would have had with honors classes at a peer district. Now, what we can do in this case to extrapolate, to understand the cumulative effect, we have to say, okay, what if this student, took 5 honors courses every year? And what if they got the exact same grades? It could happen, right? Let's see what happens. Next slide, please. Okay, so what we've done here is using that example, we've kind of paired it out and something really interesting happens here. So if you look at the blue, you'll see the same grade, 2.8, 2.8, 2.8, 2.8, right? Well, we already said that the kid is getting the same grades every year. So it follows that their GPA is going to stay constant. If you look at the yellow case, we see the same grade point average, 3.7, 3.7, 3.7, 3.7. And again, it's because they're taking the exact same classes. Well, what happens at OPRF is that the API continues to grow as the student takes on more classes. So what you see is the GPA rising over time. Okay, now when we spoke earlier about the 2003 report, it was called out on a couple of occasions that we have this phenomenon where we see Black students with a GPA that does not rise over time, but for white students, we saw the GPA growing. And we see this same pattern here. To conceptualize this and this just to kind of tee up the second part of this analysis, although most students at OPRF have taken at least 1 honors class by the end of their freshman year, if you look at Black students at OPRF, most of them have not taken a single honors class after 4 years. So for most Black students, their GPA is going to be closer to what we're seeing in blue because they're not taking the honors classes. And we do have this rising phenomenon, but I think the deeper issue is one of access rather than the actual function of how this metric works.
Yeah, good. Thank you, Lincoln. And one other thing I will say about the API, just as a way of explanation, is the effect it has on scholarship cup. Because API has that cap of the total number of honors points that you can possibly get throughout your years in high school, it has the effect of having, this is your max weighted GPA, period. There's no way you can go above that thing. And so it allows a large number of kids to hit that point, thus all equally qualifying for that scholarship cup. If we didn't have that cap, most schools, and a lot of schools don't, you have this huge extrapolation of GPAs that go way up into the sky, right? There is no real cap. I mean, there is a cap, but it's much harder to attain. And as a result, it would have an effect, at least on that tradition here in the school, if we had that traditional system, right? Something would have to give and how that unfolds. So that's the explanation of how that game works. That's how it functions. And I bet that's somewhat slightly clearer than mud at this point, but hopefully it's out there and we can take a look at it again if we need. Well, once we kind of mapped all that out and took a look at what this thing looked like, we decided that we wanted to get, next slide, please. It was time to do some analysis, right? What is this really doing for our kids here? And Dr. Chan will begin to get into that a little bit. This isn't really a whole new program that we're proposing, and so running it through the entire racial equity analysis tool that we have is not possible because that is designed for new programmatic purposes. But it absolutely does work in the first few questions to help us understand how something has existed in this school. And so these first three questions that are in that tool are immediately applicable. How are specific racial groups being advantaged or disadvantaged by what we have here? It's no longer proposed, it's an in effect policy, of course. How does this policy or procedure actively address disparities, if in any way, how does it do that? And then finally, what are the negative impacts of this, if any? And so we try to tease those out in the next few slides to get some good answers for us. And this next one is going to go back to Kristen as we go to the next slide to take a look at how this is actually playing out for the kids in our school.
So what you see here is data taken from the academic history of all the students enrolled during the 2019-2020 school year. This graph demonstrates a waterfall effect going from left to right and disaggregated by race. So what you see in the blue is what the enrollment of the subgroup is. What you see in the orange is how many in that subgroup were enrolled in an honors class. What you see in the green is how many students enrolled in the honors class attained an honors credit that was applied to their GPA. And finally, in that goldish color, what percentage of those students reached the maximum API as previously explained by Dr. Chandler. So overall, 76% of our total student enrollment attempted an honors class during their time at OPRF. And of those students, 93% earned an honors credit. So let's look at that data in a little clearer context on the next slide. So I've got to go to the next slide too. So what we are looking at here shows by race, honors enrollment and honors attainment. So in the middle section, you see the percent of students enrolled in at least one honors course during their time at OPRF, during their academic high school years. What you see in the green and red numbers were those were generated by comparing the enrollment percentage to the OPRF average. So when you're looking at that in the sort of the middle column in the first set of green and red percentages, clearly we have disproportionality in these numbers, mostly for our Black students and slightly for our Hispanic students. And that disproportionality for our Black students is pretty significant. However, what's interesting, when you look at the columns on the right, the percent of students in honors that earned at least one honors credit, you start to see less of a gap when it comes to attainment. So yes, the gap still clearly exists, but it's much less of a gap than it is with the enrollment. So this analysis clearly illuminates our issues around enrollment trends, but it also gives us really interesting information about attainment trends as well. Next slide, and I think I'm going back to Lincoln.
Thanks, Kristen. And yes, and so again, when this is actually looking at, again, that 4-year trend, but now what we've done is broken it out by racial group. And if you recall, we noted that overall, 10% of the grades that are handed out in honors and AP classes are Cs. But when we control for race, we see that Black and Hispanic students get 19 and 16% of their grades as Cs. So this is basically saying that Black and Hispanic students are less likely to earn honors credit because they are more likely to receive C grades. So from there, we decided to just kind of take a look at the performance of our students and think of a what if scenario. So that what if was, what if the students who had received Cs had actually been awarded honors credit, and how would that impact our numbers? And so overall, one, it would increase honors attainment for everyone, right? Because what we're doing is that we would be expanding the policy by allowing honors credit to be extended to C students as well. But what you can see over here is that there's a 5% overall growth. And so the dark green represents the actual number of students who received credit. And then that lighter color represents the number of students who would have received credit allowing Cs as well. So you see the increases, but you also see that for Black students and Hispanic students, the increases are slightly higher because again, this would because Black students and Hispanic students tend to get the bulk of the Cs. And we took that one step further to take a look at, well, how would that impact the number of students who are reaching that max of 24 credits? And overall, that would actually boost that number by 19%. And again, it differs a bit depending on the student groups, with the largest growths being in the number of Black students and the number of Hispanic students that get those credits. And so, this is just, again, to give us a sense of, given our actual policy versus an alternative policy, how that might impact attainment of honors credit with our students.
Before I go on to the next slide, I want to try to explain a point that might have been a little bit lost in this. And that is that the purpose of the cap, one of the purposes, intended purposes of the cap on the number of honors courses a kid can take, is to say that, look, as soon as you hit that cap, now you're free to take electives as you want. You don't have to play the honors game anymore because you've already hit your cap. So that encourages enrollment in these electives that might not be worth honors credit here at the school. That is a benefit that you only gain access to as a student here once you hit that cap. If you don't hit the cap, you don't get that benefit. So that also helps to highlight the importance of this slide on slide 20, right? Maximizing that benefit for some students. So let's slide now just to the end. And this is, I know it's very, very late, but we have kind of two ideas of executive summary. And I want to go over these, as quickly as we can, but just as a quick recap. API has been in place for a long time and it's unique to this school district. In part, it was designed to encourage a broader curricular experience, but we know the trigger for this within the school district as well. Students must earn an A or B to get that honor credit, and there is that cap. And in comparison to other districts, the cap that we have in the school has the effect of limiting the max GPA earned by graduation, fairly unique in this school district from what we're able to find. Now, what is the effect of limiting that GPA for all of our students? Well, it seems to have the effects of mitigating the GPA gap between our highest achieving students and the rest of our student body, of ensuring multiple students earn the scholarship cup each year, and I should say a large number of students earning the scholarship cup each year, and for students who have maxed out their API, providing the opportunity to enroll in elective credits. So that's the effect of that max GPA has on students. On the next slide, the imposed barrier of no honors credit for Cs does have compounding effects that kind of, are linked to one another. It may prevent our students from taking a calculated risk of enrolling in honors, because if it's not for that weighted grade, they're going to say, look, I can get my B in a class that isn't for honors. It's kind of a disincentive to take that risk in the more rigorous experience. And it could limit the access to the non-honors elective opportunity available to those students who obtain a max API.
Granting honors credit for C grades would increase honors attainment overall and have a significant positive effect on the percentage of students who earn the max API, which we saw in the last few data slides. The analysis highlighted also our overall enrollment gap. Chris and Nikki spoke to this pretty clearly, and a gap that is mitigated to a large extent when you take a look at the attainment gap for students who actually are in honors classes. And the last bullet, so that really is our last bullet. Once our students are enrolled in honors classes, they are highly likely to earn that credit. It's the A's and B's are by and large the most common grade, such that attainment gap really is mitigated to a large extent. And our last slide here of the night is our follow-up and the next step. So where are we going with this information now that we have it? Chris is going to take us over to that.
Thank you. And I know that maybe we went through a lot of information kind of quickly. So I appreciate, especially at this time of night, how this must be sitting with you right now. But our emergent hypothesis really is that this is complicated. While it may feel that it begs a clear conclusion, it really doesn't lend itself to one right now. We really were trying to see what this policy purposely is doing and what it's accidentally doing, and how does it really play out. So again, we're not here providing a definitive recommendation about what to do with the API, but rather we think that this does warrant further exploration with an increased number of stakeholders who represent different areas of the school community. We recommend that there is a continued data analysis that happens with our honors and AP data that includes enrollment trends and potential factors, especially around racial equity and in our school community. Again, involve those stakeholders to analyze the impact of our current model in context, engage in a robust racial equity analysis to further our understanding of the impact. And then finally, based on this further analysis, we need to revisit and what evidence-based models there are around college and career readiness and recommend potential changes. So that is it for this slide right now.
So that's it. This is the grade weighting at OPRF. So if there are any questions, we open it up, of course.
I have questions.
Excellent, thank you.
Well, I'm sorry the hour is so late because, of course, I'm sitting here geeking out over all of this, and I hope that we can revisit at a time when perhaps it's an earlier hour and folks can be a little bit more engaged, just because of fatigue being an issue now. But two things that come to mind for me. One, circling back to the 2003, the Learning Gap Report, is, and I won't read it, but on page 44 and 45, pretty much talks about exactly what you all are talking about now in terms of access and even some of the perhaps history around why there's so many A's and B's in honors classes. So I think it definitely begs further analysis on some hard issues of, what goes into certain grades. And there's some suggestions there about, pressure from parents in some instances to increase grades. So it's, do we fight or do we go along? And as a teacher, I know that perhaps sometimes it is hard to just not say, okay, fine, you're right, I can't do this anymore. And that is the historical context. And then the other piece that I just want to bring up is, it seems counterintuitive to me that our honors is unique in the way that only A's and B's receive honors credit, given that there's the determination out of fact notion that it's more rigorous. So if it's more rigorous, why wouldn't a C be a valued grade in an honors class? And that's the hypothetical I'll just throw out there. And then given everything I've seen, all of this data about the, even the rationale for why this started, because one child who was in a a different program wasn't deemed appropriate for a scholarship cup certainly points to perhaps the uniqueness of API is unique for the wrong reasons. So I'm just wondering what else you need to know before we, make changes, given the strong evidence that was shown here. I struggle with what else what would we need to understand or know before we made some changes.
Sure. So, I think the hypothesis raised that there's good and bad elements to this. And I would point to the exhibit where we talk about the three main ways in which API is different from what we see other districts doing. So the one piece of it is the non-acknowledgement of C grades, but then there's also the cap on honors credit, which could, depending on how you feel about it, could be a positive. So I think the next step here would just to be to pull each one of those levers and then as a group have a conversation around which ones should be pulled and why.
If I might say something as well, and I feel kind of weird, I'm going to comment on the presentation we just gave, but I also want to add an element that I wasn't sure belonged in this because it just something to comment on, is that the way we calculate took Lincoln he had to go through step by step to show everybody how API is calculated, and API is done through the years. And I feel like one of the things that's concerning me, and Jackie, what you said, I agree, we really have to look at this. And one of the things is for somebody who doesn't have the experience we have in education or isn't as savvy, to try to figure out a GPA at our school on your own is incredibly difficult. And I feel like it just adds another institutional barrier to invite in people who aren't as trusting or educationally savvy of this institution. And I want to name that. Obviously, that's not a data-driven, so it wasn't a part of the presentation, but I really feel compelled to name that.
I appreciate that too, Kristen, because I've probably been more anecdotal tonight than usual, but I just the whole idea that, and I'm just going to say it, there seems to be a certain element of understanding how to work the system to get to that ultimate, kind of penultimate of your GPA. And the slide that shows who starts taking honors classes freshman year, and we've heard the information in prior presentations over the years about the discouragement of certain students, particularly Black and Brown students, to wait to take honors classes. And so they're, from the beginning are a large number, and this data bears it out. They don't have a chance. And so every year when we say, where are the, why aren't there more Black and Brown scholarship cup? One of the reasons is, well, if you don't start freshman year, then it's you're pretty much out of the running. And I think that those kind of things speak to that savviness and that understanding of how to calculate. And there's all kinds of information as to, what our access means and what we're celebrating and how we're celebrating it. So this just begs a lot of questions, but the data for me is pretty glaring as to the inequities. So I'll stop. It's late.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say thank you to Kristen for bringing that up, because data is one thing, but like what we learn from the data and what it's actually demonstrating, and those additional anecdotal pieces of information actually drive change. So thank you for bringing that up.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So first thing I'll say is, just in clarity, so if someone takes 2 honors classes their first semester as a freshman. Then they take 5 the next semester. Then they're up to 7. So bottom line, you can catch up, right? Like there's a rollover, like if you accumulate more than you need, more than 3, but if you are less than that, you can catch up.
Well,
Potentially.
yes, potentially. So you can bank for future application of honors points. The extent to which you can fully catch up depends on your starting point and how many years you have left.
Exactly. So and the tone has considerably probably to be realistic.
Absolutely.
So that's good. And I really didn't understand any of this until I saw the presentation, frankly, either. And so there's some things I think that are really strengths. I like the fact that we are encouraging electives and encouraging exploration. And this will continue. I think not giving credit for C is outrageous and unfair. C is passing grade. I've got C's. I passed. And so I definitely am on the camp of just from a fairness standpoint and the equity gaps that exist there makes it even more compelling. As in the face of it, it makes more sense. Only so that's I only have another 6 weeks in, so I'll say it now. Let's see. Pretty close. Greg, I'll give you. Oh, I remember when you came on 4 years ago, and I came on. And we both, I was astonished, we had minuses and pluses. I didn't realize that. So that's interesting to me, is because that's how differentiation can occur in a lot of other places. And so I don't know how long that's gone on. That's not for this discussion, but that was intriguing to me. And so it's all straight A's, straight B's, and so on. And last night I give you a straight A weighted 1.02 grade. It was past 11:30, and we're still waiting. So not just you, Greg. Dr. Chandler and Kristen, thank you all very much. This is all good stuff, and I'll shut up.
Other board members? So I have a question so first of all, thank you for this. I kind of feel like that emoji with the exploding head, like it's like I feel like I understand things so much better now about what's going on here in Europe. But can you explain to me, please, the idea around the electives? You don't have to max out at honors to take electives, right? Like a student who's in non-honors courses can also take electives. That's the piece that I didn't understand.
Yeah, so if you are a student who wants to, if I'm moving through my high school career and I know kind of where I want to go and I want to maximize my honors experience, but I also want to make sure I take some electives, then you're probably playing this balancing act throughout your years, making very, very careful choices. Now let's compare that to a kid who is really maximizing the honors game right away off the bat to get those 24 honors points as quickly as possible. You can do that well, into your first semester of the junior year. And as a result of that student who's really just playing that game right off the bat suddenly has at that point a lot more freedom than other students to take a wide variety of electives at the time that electives are most available to them. Right, when your schedule is free during the later parts of your junior and your senior year, because you don't have those same numbers of required classes that kind of can eat up a kid's schedule. And one thing that we could do here is take a look at a typical freshman schedule, a typical sophomore schedule, and how quickly they fill up, right, based off the required classes that we have our kids take. Where when it's time to take those electives during your later years, if you're still really worried about playing that honors games, you don't have the same level of flexibility and freedom that you would if you were smart in the sense that you understood the system and played the system and maximize your honors points earlier on. So it's a matter of opening up at the right point for kids to take most advantage. Does that help a little bit?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I guess initially my understanding from the presentation had been that you had to, like, that electives were only accessible to kids who've been in honors, but that's not right. Okay, I just want to clarify.
No, it's really a baked in benefit that allows a little bit of greater freedom for electives for kids who at this point. It's not, simple access or no access. Absolutely.
Yeah, wow, this is a lot. Right.
This maybe is a question, or maybe not having listened carefully enough over the last 2 minutes. when we redesign the freshman curriculum, you need a different solution.
Well,
Because how are you gonna rate honors credit? Is every class in honors?
well, right now, so actually, there is nothing that we are doing in a technical sense for our freshman curriculum or D-track freshman curriculum that requires a shift in how we calculate weighted GPAs, right? You can sit there and take our current formula, which is just A's and B's, and capture everything we're saying. And you have the bulk of your kids coming in, about 80% or so, 85% taking honors classes in our core areas. And then, you know, the honors credits are just going to be calculated out based off of their experience in those classes. But the fact that we are doing that in a year plus time means that we better really understand how this will play out for our kids.
Because
It might imply some structure.
Yeah, your distribution of grades is gonna change. It's likely to change, right?
Yes, yeah, it certainly may change.
It makes the whole C issue much more of an issue in the conversation, doesn't it?
Absolutely does, particularly when you consider that we put it back on top of the conversation we just had over here about the fact, Jackie mentioned it, that freshman year jumping right off and getting off to a good start. So, yes. Thank you.
Rob?
My only comment is, and I think it's along the lines of stuff Dr. Moore already put on the table. While I could see holding back and maybe making changes in the maximum amount of credits that count because of the encouragement of electives, I see no reason not to include C's right away to start addressing some of those inequities next year. That's my one takeaway on that. And I do appreciate this kind of analysis and coming to us at this point with your thought process. So Greg, I want to compliment you and Lincoln both for coming to us and giving us this information as you're thinking about it, because as a board, then we get to think about it with you. But the C issue seems to me to be a glaring one and one that's easy to remedy.
Thank you, I appreciate that, Ralph, and I also want to put in a plug there for our counterpart, our coordinator, wedding analyst, Kristen McKee as well, so props to her as well.
Thank you, this is so interesting.
All right, thank you all.
Our next item is, we're moving now to finance. And our next item is the Valor Technologies Abatement Contract. And making this presentation is Mr. Ron Anderson, Executive Director of Operations, Mr. Jeff Bergman, I don't know if he's still there, Director of Construction, and Mr. Fred Cruz, I don't know if he's still there, Director of Facilities. At the conclusion, it is recommended that the item for Valor Technologies contract be moved forward to the March 25th regular Board of Education meeting for approval in an amount not to exceed $308,700. This item is in compliance with Strategic Plan Priority 4, Board Policy 4:60 and 4:150.
Let me tell you guys, I want to be the first to tell you guys good morning.
Yes. Everything from us on 12 seconds.
So, and happy Friday. So, on February 24th, we opened the bids for the special abatement. We accepted 2 alternates based on the work that was approved at the February 25th board meeting. Valor Technologies was the lowest bidder at $308,700. The project was budgeted within the facility master plan, and so it would not take the budget, it would not increase the budget. Project timeline is June 1st through July 23rd. And during that time, you have multiple projects that starts at different times to get those things done within timeframe of the different abatement project that's within the memo that you see. And the attachments will show you the contract and the bid tabulation. Do you have any questions?
Questions? Tom?
Yeah, I was just trying to unmute. What is the amount that it was, you said it was in the budget? How much was in the budget?
$476,685.
470?
476.
Yeah.
685.
Okay, thank you.
Can we
I asked some questions.
Can I clarify something there? That budget number that you just heard from Ron is a budget number that takes care of 21, 22, and 23. That takes care of all three of those years to go along with the Project One work that includes the CIP.
So is what we're seeing here in line, now you just kind of confused me. So, because we only have 1 year of actual and 3 years of budget, or what?
Right. This year is the biggest piece of this work. As we go into 22 and 23, it's not, the volume is not as big.
Okay. My ask, and I kind of asked it in questions, and I want to be very brief. This is a long standing issue that predated my time on the board, and based on the response we got, will probably be around when my kids are on the board. As such, it would be important to get the big picture, because what I think extrapolating, we're talking about millions of dollars of asbestos abatement. And it would be, to me, valuable just to kind of paint what that big picture is. I just extrapolated because from a simple question, it said that we spend roughly $100,000 a year and for 10 years, and we're only 40% through. So that quickly gets to be $2.5 million. So I don't want to extrapolate data. I would like to understand kind of what the big picture of asbestos abatement is, just for my benefit and for future boards, just to know that where it stands. It's an ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Other questions? All right, thank you. Only took us 6 hours to get here, but thank you.
Thank you, everyone. That concludes our items. The next thing is future agenda
items. Yes.
Can I add a future agenda? Well, I don't know if it's a future agenda item or a future agenda request. Our meetings are outrageously long. I don't know if we can, like, when we have 2 hours or 90 minutes of public comment, is there, I don't know if it's possible for us to adopt the meeting agenda with flexibility, and things that aren't as pertinent could be moved somehow. I don't know. I just know that by 12 o'clock at night, and we still need to have a special board meeting, it's exhausting, and we're not at our, I won't speak for the we, I'll speak for me. I am not at my peak when it's good morning in our meeting. So I just want to put that out there.
If I could comment on that, the board president Spivey and I had that conversation today. And we went through all the agenda items through June. And I'm gonna sit down with members of the team and try to dissect what really needs to come to the board. And then we want to really have a conversation with the board as well. Because the items we brought today needed to come today. The items that are coming next week And on March the 25th, need to come March the 25th. The items that are coming in April need to come in April. We need to find a balance though in how much information is not enough information and how much information is too much information. And so we talked today about having holding the board, because she wants to be a part of this conversation for us to kind of create a framework and then bring it back to the broader board for a discussion, because this is not sustainable.
Yeah, Gina, you're absolutely right. The other piece too that Dr. Pruitt-Adams didn't mention that she and I did touch on earlier was public comment and how to manage public comment. But that again is also a question that we need to have as a board, or conversation that we need to have as a board, and that we would also need to prepare our community for if we did decide to make some changes. There's a number of ways that boards have managed public comment, and we are very lenient, or I don't know what the right word is. We let everybody speak, which I think is a good thing, but there's other ways of doing it, so. Right, other future.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Other items?
I don't know, say that, I don't think it's a future agenda, I'm going to say it because I don't know where else to fit it in. So there's a lot of this thing called coronavirus, you may have heard about, and people have different opinions about what we should do as a school in terms of more classes, more students in, et cetera. And I know that we've already made a decision about what to do through the end of this school year. And so I don't know, I just think we can help though, if we had a discussion about the process in some way. And I'm not looking to create more work for anybody. Maybe at the next meeting, for us to have as a discussion topic of, hey, we were hearing you, we're seeing this, you know. But I just think that would be helpful, and maybe things are going to work. I just feel like it's important, such an important thing to discuss. And then some people are asking us to reassess how to do school for the last 2 months of the year. I'm not saying that I'm asking us to do that, but I think we need to address the question.
So I feel compelled to respond to that now. As we indicated before, we are working on the process now to bring more kids into the building after spring break. We are also looking at, what are the capacity numbers? The report that so many people mentioned today, we just got it Monday. And there's still some things that the superintendent should take clarification on. Because, we were told that something was coming about graduation, and then we get this. And so we're all trying to digest it. There was a webinar today trying to help districts mitigate what is the now and what's down the road. I think the other thing that people don't realize, and I really need to say this, is we get compared oftentimes to other school districts and what they're doing and what they're not doing. Right now, we have over 138 students in quarantine. And we have a case that we believe is, we have 2 we knew of clusters of cases that could be epidemiologically connected. We actually have 5 cases that are epidemiologically connected right now, which should be an outbreak, but we've been told to keep kids in quarantine. So we have to take those measures into consideration as well. It is not just simply bring them all in. But if we bring them in, we can't keep them safe, and we can't keep the spread down. And right now, it's rampant. We have almost all of our sports teams are quarantined, and it is not just a simple bringing kids in. And then the new guidance also talks about people mentioned that 3 to 6 position. That is for teachers who are fully vaccinated, not just anybody. And so you have to engage who's been vaccinated, who's not. It's a process. And I know people want it to happen like tomorrow. It is a process. And if we don't do the process accurately, we will then probably end up at some point shut down. And we're trying to avoid that. But I just felt compelled to say that because people don't know the
Exactly. And people don't always read. And I know you're doing a great job. Your team is doing a great job. People don't always receive it that way. So I suggest a meeting between now and go further, definitely. Give us that, that's helpful to hear, to know, I'm aware of some of those things, some of the situations with the teams, it's unfortunate, it's reality, so thank you, Dr. Cortez. So that was the current conversation item, and that's all I have. Thank you.
All right.
Motion to adjourn?
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, folks on Zoom, please stay where you are on Zoom, because we need to open our special board meeting, but then we're going straight to closed session. So Zoomers, stay tuned, and then if we need to move, because we're in a like non-secure space, sounds great. We gotta go to the board, so, right?
The only people from my team who need to stay are Shalima, Gray, Cindy, and Roxanne.
So we'll go upstairs.
That's the way to do that.
I would take like stuff, because we're not, probably not gonna, since we don't need public.
Tom, you look so lively.
Yeah, I'm echoing Gina's comments.
Yeah, well, I made sort of similar comments when we were offline earlier. I think there's got to be a better way.
This is not.
Thank you for echoing my comments by way of facial expression.
Gina, I couldn't agree more with a fellow board member.
I actually feel like the fact that I'm awake still is somewhat of a miracle, so. Miracles happen. That's what this is proving.
Nice try.
Yeah.
Okay, they can hear you now, I'm sorry. Yep.
Good to go.
Yeah, I'm sorry. All right, so I'd like to call to order the, what had been the March 11th, 2021 special board meeting, except that it's now March 12th. It's 12:14 a.m. We are currently virtual, as permitted by business orders. We're virtual, we're streaming, public comment can be submitted via email. Based on the current public health concerns, ICR is the public body, don't believe it's practical to hold an in-person meeting of the Board of Education. I believe that it's not practical for the public to be present. Although we are operating in a hybrid format, I do not see any public currently present at our location. Gail, would you please call the roll? Mr. Oski?
Here.
Dr. Moore,
Here.
Mr. Barron,
Here.
Mr. Isley,
Yeah.
Mr. Mancheri,
Present.
Ms. Harris,
Here.
Ms. Dixon Spivey.
Here. I move to enter closed session for the purpose of discussing the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the district, or legal counsel for the district, independent contractors, and specific volunteers, including hearing testimony of complaint lodged against an employee, or against legal counsel for the district to determine its validity, collective negotiating matters between the district and its employees, or their representatives, and deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees, and the placement of individual students in special education programs and other matters related to individual students, discussion of lawfully closed meeting minutes, whether for approval by the body minutes or semi-annual review of the minutes is mandated by state statute. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Dr. Moore,
Yes.
Mr. Barron,
Yes.
Mr. Isley,
Yes.
Mr. Mancheri,
Yep.
Ms. Harris,
Yes.
Mr. Kowski,
Yes.
Ms. Dixon Spivey.
Yes. All right, so virtual board members, please go to the closed session link. We'll meet shortly.
Shalima, you got a minute?
Good.
It's not, there aren't two separate ones.
Okay.
All right, I think, is everybody, we're all in the right place? Do we have Gina and Ralph? I
Yep.
think we do, okay.
Okay, but just a moment. We're now out of closed session and it's not showing that.
You gotta turn your.
You're
computer
just gonna
stuff off.
We're in the new link, right? Greg, you went into the other Zoom.
Correct.
Yeah.
I'm trying to stop sharing screen to avoid the false.
But we need to be on camera. So.
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to stop sharing screen so then it does that. I'm trying to figure out how to do that. For some reason, it's not.
Go up to the top, I think you
I
go
just
down
did it.
there. And go up to the very top of your window for that.
No, we're good.
Oh, perfect. Okay, got it. Okay, hello. All right, so our action items. I move to approve the personnel recommendations, including new hires, transfers, job sharing, and leaves of absence. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a roll call, please, Gail.
Mr. Isley,
Yes.
Mr. Martieri,
Yep.
Ms. Harris,
Yes.
Mr. Kopsky,
Yes.
Dr. Moore,
She's not with us. She had to leave.
Mr. Barron,
Yes.
and Ms. Dixon Spivey.
Yes. All right, next item. I move to approve the settlement agreement as was discussed in closed session. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Voice, vote or roll call, please.
Mr. Martieri,
Yep.
Ms. Harris,
Yes.
Mr. Kopsky,
Yes.
Mr. Barron,
Yes.
Mr. Isley,
Yes.
and Dr. Ms. Dixon Spivey.
Yes. All right, we now have policies, and these are for second reading. Sorry, yeah. I know that Ralph sent in some tweaks to the policies in terms of, I think there was a reference to a principal, among a couple other relatively small issues.
The only, and Sarah, I have one still remaining big issue, and that's in section 460 where we are supposed to approve emergency purchases up to $100,000 after they're made, and there's no statement about what happens if we don't approve it. So I think 460 ought to be pulled completely, and we ought to come up with some sort of consequence if the board chooses not to approve the emergency purchase. Put that consequence in the policy and then resubmit it to the board.
So I think that Ralph, after speaking to legal counsel, it's sort of an all or nothing. We either approve this or we don't. There really isn't a way to have a consequence once we've approved a vendor contract and it's been signed.
No, but yes, there is actually, Sarah. So I just disagree with the lawyer. So if there's an emergency purchase made and then the purchase is presented to the board for approval, and we thought it was an inappropriate purchase, the consequence isn't getting out of the purchase. The consequence could be you spent $75,000 we didn't think you should spend. You need to cut $75,000 in administrative costs in the next budget. That's a consequence that's got nothing to do with breaking our contract.
Okay. I'm not sure what to do with this at this point.
Can't we pull it out and vote on it?
And it's 12:45, so you could just, that's, yeah, we're confused.
Yeah, I would say let's
All right,
pull it out.
Okay. So we are going to remove policy 4:60 purchases and contracts from consideration tonight. Do we have any other questions or comments on any of the remaining policies? All right, so I move to approve policy 340, superintendent, policy 480, accounting and audits, policy 490, student activity and fiduciary funds. I think I'm missing colon somewhere in here. Policy 5270, employment at will, compensation and assignment. Policy 620, school year calendar and day. Policy 6300, graduation requirements. Policy 6310, high school credit for non-district experiences, course substitutions and re-entering students. Policy 6315, high school credit for students in grade 7 or 8. Policy 6320, high school proficiency. Policy 6340, testing, student testing and assessment. Policy 720, harassment of students. Policy 7100, I don't know what that's called. Policy 7140, search and seizure, and policy 7300, extracurricular athletics. Is there a second?
Second.
Voice or roll call, please.
Mr. Isaac,
Yes.
Mr. Barron,
Yes.
Mr. Martieri,
Yes.
Ms. Harris,
Yes.
Mr. Kowski.
Yes.
And Ms. Dixon Spivey.
Yes. All right, I move that we determine that the unredacted portions of the minutes as presented to the board regarding a former employee of the school district no longer require confidential treatment, and that the board make the unredacted portions of the minutes available for public inspection. The dates of the minutes are October 4th, 1983, December 13th, 1983, December 21st, 1983, January 14th, 1984, January 23rd, 1984, and January 28th, 1984. Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call?
Mr. Barron,
Yes.
Mr. Isaac,
Yes.
Ms. Harris,
Yes.
Mr. Kowski,
Yes.
Mr. Martieri,
Yes.
and Ms. Dixon Spivey.
Yes. Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in
Aye.
favor?
Aye.
All right, good night, guys.